Teehee, I didn't hit the live button. So that's on me. Maho, I lied to you earlier. I said we were live. We're live now. Now we're live, and he's very excited, as you can tell. Look at him. I have been talking to myself the past 15 minutes, talking about how Roxanne's jacket, it doesn't look punk enough for me. But how are you doing, Kit? I hope you're doing well. I don't know why. I hope it doesn't happen. That's like my nightmare scenario, is that I'll not forget to hit like end stream or something and I'll just leave. I'm looking up Hovey's design for like Spider-Man. And so it's a lot of, the spikes are in certain places. I want to design it better. Why are you shocked? I'm thinking that step up, whole nother level? No, it's not a whole nother level. All I did was play around with some of the proportions here and there. Depending on how the colors work, this could look really good as far as like the color pop out, or it could be maybe not as good. Because you can see that Raid is big, but then Roxanne is small. So on the left here, we have, this is a pretty big emote size still. So it's kind of hard to see, right? And if I zoom out even more, this is how big it's going to be. It doesn't really look good, unfortunately. So we might have to play around with making the flag a little bit bigger. We'll have to see how it goes. I should probably just do like, it looks brilliant. I'm glad you like it. Where is emotester.com? I think there's like an emote tester website. Emote tester. I need to choose a file. I can't just Can I just click and drag from Discord? Maybe that'll work better. Oh wait, did I not post the Pharaoh thing? I didn't post the Pharaoh thing. That was a really funny joke. I like that a lot. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, OBS. Yesterday's stream, it was pretty good. We ended up going until a couple hours after stream. I kept Black Tea up until like 2 a.m. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Sorry, I can't stay up. My health has been deteriorating. No, you need to go to bed. You need to sleep. That is always the priority, right? Can I just click and drag? Nope. Pictures. QR. Where is it? I literally just put it in here. Raid test. I guess the raid was gonna work pretty good once we have colors put in. Yeah, it should work fine. I might need to bolden that R up because the R is kind of falling apart towards the end. What was I doing? I was streaming. You need to start streaming on time then. I do need to start streaming on time. That is, I'm just quite literally just, my mom was over last night, right? And so she comes over and I'm like, just getting back from walking Maho. I say, I'm just gonna clean up some dishes and then I'm going to do some deep frying and I'm gonna go to sleep. She comes over, she wants me to do some measurements because she wants me to do like a phone holder, make a phone holder for her. And so she does all that junk. And then she's like, no, I gotta clean up your kitchen before I kill. And I'm like, you really don't have to do that though. And she's like, no, I have to do that. And so she cleans all of that. And I'm like, okay, well, now it's pretty late, but I guess I'll just deep fry some of the mushrooms because I want to try out, see how it works, right? And so I get that all prepped and I start doing all that. And then she's like, I can go to the bathroom. And then she's like, oh, I gotta clean your bathroom. And then she starts cleaning my bathroom instead of going to the bathroom. She doesn't end until like midnight. The mushrooms are done. I give her some of the mushroom stuff. And like, I don't really end up going to bed until 1 and then I'm up on my phone until 4 a.m. So that was, you know, not good on my part. I can't remember what brush I used for this one. I think it was like an oil. I think it was this one. Oh, that's where the mask is. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer, aren't I? I am on the wrong layer. That's crazy. Wow, haha. Hopefully I get it. It's like, I know when I have to go to sleep so that everything works, right? The problem is that I don't fucking do it because, like, for example, tonight, I know it's going to be rough to get to sleep on time because I woke up late today. So now I have to take a shower after I stream. After I stream, I have between 5 and 9 because at 9, my friends and I are going to go walking, right? We don't get back on our walk until like an hour later, so we get back at 10. Means I have an hour to prep to go to sleep, right? So there's a lot going on. We'll see how it goes. I should be more into getting it done, but lately I've been happy with a lot of the art and stuff that I've been doing, so I'm not super pressed at the moment. Hey, how's it going, Diavola? Welcome, welcome. Did you end up seeing the finished Mudeng? Ta-da! Yeah! So this is the last emote, by the way. If you're on the Discord and you have Discord Nitro, yeah, and Twitch has the Mudeng emote. I can't put it on YouTube, but tier 1 subscribers on Twitch have it because I'm running out of space for the regular ones. I was curious though, what does it look like without the line art? That looks very upsetting. I don't like that at all. Maybe I don't like it because it's so close. I think it is because it's so close and the eyes are such a hard line. I think it actually looks pretty good as far as like, what's the sticker size usually? Like this? That's not too bad. Maybe I should have taken the line art off. Nah, I think it's fine. I think if I had wanted to get rid of the line art, I should have done it earlier. But this one line here is bugging me. I slept with it. I want a stuffed toy of Muding. Yeah, Muding is super cute. A adorable one. That's not true. I miss a lot. That tree, horrendous. Not like nothing at all how I wanted it to come out with. But it's not the center, right? I take my experimental shots with the parts that don't matter as much. I think that's the important thing to take away. It's not about never missing. It's about missing in places where it's not going to matter. The tree was not good. What are you talking about? It looks like a fucking rock. Complete miss. I just wasn't using enough hard lines and hard actual shapes, right? Because the tree shapes that I did were more of an estimation. And I didn't do enough line art to like cement what the forms were. And so when I went into the painting, I was just kind of really lost. Remember, color theory and colors in general start with form, right? Because if you don't have form, you don't know where the light's hitting. And if you don't know where the light's hitting, you don't know which color is going to be affected by light and which color is going to be affected by shadow. And if you don't know that, you don't know your color temperatures, you don't know your relationship, you don't know everything. So everything starts before color. Best rock to exist? Yeah, right. Just a thing to keep in mind for like color theory, right? Everything is built on its foundations, right? Let's say you don't use line art and form. That's fine. If you're going off of vibes or shape and stuff like that, if your shapes are not clear, your colors will not be good. Because you cannot... I mean, technically you can polish a turd until it becomes shiny. That's the whole mud ball thing, right? Mud dango or whatever. But yeah, the important thing with color is that form plays a huge part in it. Why is this not giving... Usually it jumps... Okay, cool. Well, whatever. It's not that art is a formulaic one thing comes after the other, but if you're not doing the setup somewhere, then you're not going to get the results at the end. So for example, a lot of the times when I'm drawing like from pen, just from scratch. In fact, let's do some warm-ups real quick. If you're not doing the prep work for things, you are going to sorely like run out of stuff, right? So for example, I want to draw my aloe vera. I can't just like do lines, stuff like that, right? You kind of get like, it's kind of planty, but if you were to take this into the next stage, you're gonna be missing a lot of things because I'm not doing the work, right? Moki's with evil, yeah, I think they had a really good perspective on them. Oops. If I'm looking at the aloe vera and I'm breaking down the construction of it and I understand, okay, this is gonna have this shape, twists, and then come down. I'm doing the prep work for the construction, I'm just doing it in my mind, right? I'm doing the math in my head. I'm still doing the math, I'm just doing the math in my head. I know that the leaves tend to get thicker towards the base. Oh no, Adblox is trying to get me to pay for this stuff. Sorry, I really don't use you anymore. Right, so I'm doing the work in my head, where I'm seeing what forms are in front of the other ones. Why do they have these shapes? So even though I'm not like sketching out all the base of the plant, I'm observing, I'm building out the forms in my head. Oops. I'm following through, right? So the important thing is to always understand what you're drawing. And that can be like, if you're drawing your own cartoon character, volume of leaves, yeah, right? So I'm thinking of, this is the shapes in perspective, in space. How do they exist? Right? These grid lines. Maybe there's a halfway point and this comes in like this. And then there's this side and then it starts to become concave over here. Right? And I'm visualizing and I'm understanding and I'm breaking it down. Right? So I could go in and do an undersketch for this, right? But I've done it for so long that I can add 10 plus 35 and then divide it by 2, right? Like, because 45 and then you divide it by 2 and you get, what is it, 22.5, right? I don't have to write down 10 plus 35 divided by 2. I don't have to then turn this into 45, then divide it by 2, and then like break down this into, what's it called? 2 goes into 45, right? 2 times, and then that's a 0, so it's a 5, and then you don't do 2, and then you have a 4, and then you have 1 left over, so you add a decimal, drop a 0, and then you do a 5, right? I don't have to do all the math in my head to know that 10 plus 35 divided by 2 is equal to 22.5, right? What do you suggest for someone who hasn't mastered that skill yet? Me. Don't skip it, right? If you haven't mastered the skill of doing the math in your head, don't skip it, right? I skipped it when I did the tree, and it didn't come out the way I wanted because I didn't really have a grasp. I was doing an imitation of what the form was, and I wasn't really thinking about it, right? I skipped it, and I was like, this gives the impression of it in the line art. That's good enough, right? And then when I went to do the colors, I tried to do a little bit more with the colors. And I didn't have the forms, and they didn't match up, and I didn't understand why the colors were there and everything, right? So it was a problem. Also, plans for next week. We're doing flowers. Yeah, we are doing flowers. The math of the aloe vera. The math of the aloe vera would be, say I know I want, the stem is like this, right? And so then I know I have this form coming off to the side. And I have lines like this, and it's, the math is just messy line work, right? Where I'm thinking about the forms. It's coming around, visualizing that stuff. Let me actually start again so there's not like crossover from other stuff. So I have the base of the plant is this cylinder shape, and drawing around it to get the cylinder shape. So I know that the leaf is going to grab around here. And so it's going to come like this, and we're drawing like a flat cylinder. When I'm thinking about it in my head as I'm drawing this sketch, I'm thinking of this kind of form, right? And so I'm thinking cylinder shape like this, cylinder shape like this, and I'm thinking about how there's going to be a twist here. Because my aloe vera plant has this tip, it's a little bit small, right? And so we're just gonna do like a single leaf. And then it starts to flatten out again once you get to the base because it has to connect to the other rest of the plant. Right? And so there's another plant that comes in. Basically, don't be afraid to be messy with it as long as you're building out the forms that you're thinking of, right? And it looks almost the same. I'm just not trying to be as careful with it. Luke and Leah's game? Hey, how's it going? What's up? I'm sorry, that went way up there. Suggest a plant? Sure, we can try something. All right, I'm thinking of, all right, cylinder shape here, right? And so this is going to come right here, and then, right, and here's my aloe vera. I'm just drawing my aloe vera because it's right in front of me. Don't be afraid to get messy with your sketches. Don't be afraid to get messy with your fun, like, structure. As long as you can see what you're trying to represent, and I mean like understand, right? The trick is that you need to understand the forms that you are making. You can't just put down these things because you think that's what it needs to be, right? You need to be drawing these shapes and understanding like, okay, this is a bowl shape. It's going to look like this, right? It's going to have a cross section of this. Let's go with a rose. I get caught up with how I'm supposed to break it down. So I'm essentially a bulb, and I put my petals. I look like absolute garlic. Garbage, not garlic. Let's look up a reference of a rose. Plants. Flower. How does this reference look to you? Is this the kind of like, when I say rose, does this look like I'm thinking about this kind of a rose? Perfect, cool. So, you can draw with a lot of stuff. The way I would go about this, right, is I'm looking at this for like standout shapes. So a pattern that I'm seeing is this kind of like shape right here, right? This is a petal. So when I'm looking at this, you don't need to like think about it more deeply than what is visually there. For me, it helps to think of it as a 3D form. So even though I'm not seeing the full everything around the thing, this one's kind of just like an approximation, right? You can do triangles if you want. I recommend making more organic shapes by just drawing with your shoulder and then just like that, right? Or round arc, back down. And this is just like me drawing what is visually there. To think about it more in a 3D space, right? I have a vague understanding of what a rose looks like when I turn it around in my brain. If you can't do that, right? Look up reference from a rose from different angles. If this next part is going to be interesting to you, if you're trying to like understand the volume and the space, right? I know that roses tend to have this kind of a shape when they're budding, right? You have the bulb. This is just from plant knowledge, right? And then as these petals, these overlapping petals unfold, they become open, and the petals on the outside, because they are leaves, tend to open up into this shape, right? Where we have curve, thickness, and then as that thickness comes to the base, it wraps around. And then we see the rest of the form here, right? So I'm thinking of form like this as I'm going around it. And under here, we have forms that are going underneath, okay? So I'm thinking about this, and I can think about it from like multiple angles. So I know that as the shape is coming apart, we have this bulge where it's trying to, if you've ever had to like, if you can take a piece of cloth or something and hold it up to a can, a soda, a pull, whatever, you'll see that if you just hold the base and let the top flop down, you're going to see the outsides bend out, right? And then there's going to be like a little lip where it's where it's away from it, right? It's folding in this direction over and away, right? So petals are going to have the same shape as they come around. And roses just like overlap that shape on each other. So you can come in and erase the sections that are over each other. And this one's underneath, so it'll go underneath. And these are the easy ones because they're on the outside, right? They're the big shapes. And you can keep doing this around the outside. And so far, I'm not drawing the reference image yet, right? I'm just thinking about what is the volumetric structure of this? What is in front? What is behind? Why is this happening the way it is? Because I'm trying to piece together, how does the real world interact with this object? For me, it helps. It helps to understand this. If you're the type of person that just sees an image, I'm still thinking about the whole, right? I'm doing a breakdown to understand why it's doing the thing it is, so that when I go and I draw it, I don't have to worry about, okay, but why does the shape look like that? I think, oh, of course, the shape looks like this because it's behind, so the line that I'm seeing here is just that this part of the flower is catching more light than that base because it's on the inside. The slope is curving away differently, right? For me, that helps me like assess, to visualize, to understand. And then I can give things reasons when I do it. When I was talking about the mechs, right? Why do I have this part covering? Okay, because I want to believe that it's protecting tendons or like mechanical bolts and stuff. And so it's gonna have this shape. And as it's coming through here, we have individual paws shapes coming through, right? And we can have cables and stuff coming in the back. And that's gonna like piece together this like section. And so this plate here is gonna protect there. And then it's also gonna double as housing for wires, cables, whatever it needs to do, right? So I'm thinking about these things visually and like mechanically, right? Because the more you understand how something works, the easier it is for your brain to kind of just like make this neuron chain of this works because this works because this works because this works. A logic chain helps your brain remember, even if it doesn't like super matter, right? Even if it's not correct, right? As long as you have a working understanding, it's easier for your brain to remember stuff. So now that I'm understanding, it's like, okay, this is the structure of a petal, how it's going to work. Now when I come in to draw this flower here, I'm thinking, okay, so what I'm going to be drawing is a bunch of these kind of shapes on top of each other. And as they get farther away, like backwards, right, they're going to get bigger and more distinct because more of the petal is falling away. See over here, the petal is falling down. The petal is going to get way wider at the base, right? Because leaves have this shape, right? And petals are adapted leaves. So as this starts to peel away, right, you start to have this shape. It's probably easier if I draw it in some sort of perspective, right? I can see this. I can take a picture of my pecans because my pecan leaves are fucking massive, and they also do this a little bit where they'll just kind of fold over, right? So you have this leaf that's this perfectly sized, whatever. As it starts to bend, right, this triangle shape is going to become wider as it starts bending, because that is where this width is coming into play. So I understand now that these rose shapes in the background, it's like, why are these rose petals bigger in the background? Why is there more of a gap between them? Oh, it's because that the rose petals, the leaves here are just getting much bigger, right? Because they're starting to curve away, right? I'm understanding why these shapes are occurring. And I know that, okay, maybe that's a bit too big, right? Maybe that's a bit too far away. Let's think more like this, grabbing the reference here. Have a petal that's like this and it comes back in sharply. And the next one we see is like way over here, right? And it's also doing the same thing. And then we have this other overlap over here, and it has much more of a rounder shape. I'm going kind of backwards in, but I'm not super worried about the sketchy lines, right? What I'm worried about now is I'm getting the form right. These petals are overlapping. So this one's on top of this one, I'm getting that T line. This one's on top of this one, I'm getting this T line. And these ones in the back that are so far apart that they're starting to like lose this like tube shape of overlapping. They're starting to like do this, right? Because they're so big and so far apart now that this gap is starting to show. You pinpoint those key points? What do you mean? Are you strict with how you pinpoint those key points? What do you mean necessarily? Like I'm looking at the shapes, or am I looking at volumes, or right now I'm changing this shape on the petal because I didn't really like it. I'm looking at the reference, I'm finding it has different things here and there. I'm finding that this petal, or this rose, is slightly lopsided, right? It looks like there's a section here where there was a petal that has been either fallen off because it's opened completely, or because it's just curled back around the other way, right? And so this petal is slightly lopsided in that the end on the right is going to have a much more like of a decent coverage for petal than the right side is. And that's just from my reference. I'm kind of just drawing overlapping shapes, seeing which ones I like, and then I am pruning, so to speak, right? Please pause, right? Are you trying to match the reference one for one? Are you just feeling it out, thinking about how the parts work together on your own? So it depends on how you're trying to use the reference. If you're trying to do a one-to-one copy of the reference, I would recommend be very strict with it. If you're trying to learn to draw roses, I would say don't be super strict with it, right? Kind of look on the left here at the very top, there's a point. I kind of got it more or less in the right place, but it's slightly shifted. So I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about where the other petal behind it is coming out and why. It was coming out on this leaf nub, or not leaf nub, on this angle here, getting that T-line, because what it's doing is it's curving away, right? And so here I might come in and I'll edit this a little bit. And then I see that this petal has a bit of a bow shape from when the tip of the leaf, because originally the petal is shaped like this. And as it gets older, the back starts to curl underneath it. So you get this kind of a pointed shape. And you get this shape, right? So that's why this is happening. This shape is happening. Undo a couple of steps. Just gonna wait for a bit. I'm gonna drink some water. See if you have comments. Right here on this stop. Sure. Sure. Ugh, I'm so stinky. The thing you're drawing isn't looking like the reference. What's going through your head right now? Do you see things going how you imagined? If so, how are you able to stop yourself from not getting frustrated? Or how are you able to stop yourself from getting frustrated if it's not going the way you imagined? Okay, so the first things first is I intentionally chose to do it differently than the reference, right? Because it is very easy to try to draw exactly like the reference and get frustrated because it doesn't look like that. For me, my understanding of the geometric, right, of how the world works in this form, right, and all these like depictions, right, it helps me to like, it buffers my ego from the drawing, okay? Because now while I might look at the reference here and there and think, oh, okay, this petal here probably needs to bend out and do like this, I'm now using the reference as a tool to be like, hey, actually, when petals fold, they fold more like having this shape, right? And then they fold and they have this diagonal, right? So I'm less thinking about how do I make it look exactly like that? I'm looking at this, and because I understand the shape of these petals, I understand that, hey, this petal here that has this weird drop-off is probably because this is the original arc of it, and it's folded behind it, right? So now I'm using the reference that has informed me to say, hey, petals actually work like this, going to this petal that I was unhappy with and thinking, okay, petals actually work like that. And it's not in the same place. It shares some location stuff, right? But I'm adapting this 3D model in my head that I have of a petal to now have like some thickness, to be able to change it in shape, in form, to think about it independently, right? Because once you start thinking of this independently as this form that you can manipulate and control on your own without reference, you stop being beholden to the reference, right? What's that thing? Control the reference, don't let the reference control you, I think, is something they say. Or no, use the reference, don't let the reference use you, right? And so, yes, I noticed that this rose is lopsided. And so I started to draw some concentric circles in a lopsided direction, right? But that's not the end of the story, because now this whole section, while I did want to do it lopsided, is getting a little bit too lopsided for me. But that's okay. I can come in and assess, all right, why is it looking a little bit more lopsided than I intended? Oh, it's because there's a whole bunch of weight here and the center looks like it's here. But even though the rose is lopsided in the reference, the center is still center mass. So I'll just come in and start drawing some circles here that really emphasize, or some semicircles that will really emphasize where the center of the flower is. Right? And so this is a little bit gestural. Fan of the game you play. Wow, you're a fan of dye. Thank you, thank you. Kind of like the strawberry last week. I think I compare myself too much to reference, too much to understand, and end up quitting early. Yeah, so that's why when they say grab an object, a cylinder or whatever, and try to rotate it in your brain, right? Try to draw it from an angle that you can't see. Because when the second, like if I have my brass knuckles here, I'm going to look at it one direction. So I'm looking at it head on like this, right? So this is the brass knuckle the way I'm looking at it. I'm going to draw it from this angle, from the side here. Why am I doing that? Not because I'm trying to like show off or anything. It's because if I understand the reference and like the forms that it shows in 3D space, then I can not have to worry about looking at the reference and being stuck just drawing what I'm seeing. I'm able to draw, because for the longest time, I did a lot of like more hyper-realistic art. If you remember a lot of my graphite stuff, my mechanical pencil stuff, it is very heavily basically just drawing what the reference is. And I always felt bad because I felt like I couldn't draw if I wasn't copying something exactly, right? And a lot of people look at it and be like, oh, what are you talking about? It still looks really good. Why are you upset? It's like, yeah, but it's not mine. I didn't own this drawing. Something else owned it for me, right? I know that I couldn't draw that if I wasn't looking at reference. And people are like, everyone uses reference. But the problem is not that everyone uses reference, right? The problem is when you feel like you can't draw something without the reference, what's happening is that you have this like emotional crutch that the reference is the only way you can draw, right? And then when you start thinking about perspective, about form, about like all these things, what's going to happen is that you're going to naturally develop this confidence to be able to like make decisions. Because I can look at this reference, I'm not drawing the same angle, but I know that, hey, because of the way perspective works, this is not right. I know that, hey, I'm looking at the angle, the curve is way more exaggerated here. Right? I'm not looking at the angle that I'm drawing. I'm looking at the reference as a whole, and I'm understanding that in 3D space, it is basically the plane on top, and then it's extruded down. So I'm just drawing the plane on top in perspective, right? I'm thinking about a perspective plane that's like this, right? Oops. And so I'm just drawing in reference to that. I'm drawing down with the plane. And I'm making these decisions and I'm making these changes myself. And that's really important to be able to make these decisions and these changes yourself. Because if you are looking at the reference and you're only drawing exactly what's on the reference, you're not thinking about how it works in space. And if you're not thinking about how it works in space, you really can't think about how the light's hitting it, right? If I want to take just this section that I've drawn so far, right? And I wanted to light this up, I would be able to do it like this, right? Because I know if the light is from this angle, it's going to hit this side and leave a shadow like this, right? So it's going to come across. I should have done that as a dotted line. That's the shadow line, right? Similarly here, because I know that the angle is going to be somewhat similar. We're going to draw a straight line from here to there, from our light source. Going to rewatch the segment a few times, if it helps, right? That's why I thought your strawberry looked really good. But if you're married to the reference, my biggest recommendation, draw some more cubes in perspective, right? And if you need to double check or use like a dotted line or a ruler, go ahead, whatever makes you feel comfortable. And then after that, grab some reference of something that's simple. Strawberry was a really good one, right? Strawberry can be like real lumpy shapes, but they tend to have one kind of same form where they're kind of just like this, and you might have some curves or whatever. You can pepper it with seeds all the way. Ah, that's not great. So let's do some actual seeds on here so we can show form change and stuff like that. Really challenge yourself too, in the sense that everything comes from cubes. I'm sorry to tell you. The way that these strawberries are, these seeds I'm putting down, I'm thinking about the form and perspective. So I'm going to put the seeds that are like on the same quote unquote row in the same kind of like curve, right? They're going to like bounce up, and on this end, they're going to be facing the camera some more, and then they're going to go off center, and then we're going to have one that's kind of a bump here, right? And then over here, we're going to have a bump, and over here, we're going to have a bump, but this way instead, right? Because this seed is going to be curving away from it. And then this one's also, it's going to be way more seed shaped because it's looking at me. This one's going to be more like, I'm thinking about drawing the seeds, right? They have this form to them. And when I change the angle, they're going to go from being this shape to being flatter on one side and rounder on the other. And when I go to the other side, we're going to draw it flatter on one side and rounder on the other. And that's how we're going to get that curvature. And it's understanding that, hey, this strawberry is like this three-dimensional shape with tiny things that also have their own three-dimensional shape to them. Then you can start rotating it, right? If I want to draw this exact same strawberry from a different angle, right? So let's draw some more seeds here so you can get some more on how the plane is curving away. You don't have to do all of the seeds, right? You can imply a lot of texture here. As long as you have a few that are showing the direction that things are going. Also, try not to like line them up in a row, right? Horizontal works a little bit better, but you want to definitely be thinking about more angles and stuff, right? But now if I want to draw this strawberry from a different angle, I think I put too many in a row here. That doesn't look great. And then maybe have like a texture thing to show that this tip is a different color or something. We have like some leaves coming out. I forget what strawberry leaves look like. I just had some strawberries the other day too. That's too big, but that's fine. We can draw it like this and then something else comes out. We can have something like that, right? And you can shade this to show that it's a different color from the strawberry, right? Give it some hatch lines. The thing about hatch lines is you want to keep the spacing as consistent as you can. I have done an okay job of that. Not the best. So now I want to draw this strawberry from the other side. Okay, so I know we have this curve, and it kind of bends and goes over, and then we have this bend here, and then as we go down, this curve kind of becomes more this shape. This is where your organic shapes practicing from Peter Hahn comes into place, right? Right? Drawing these curves, these shapes. And so now I'm going to draw it from, I don't know, this angle, I guess. I'm thinking of the bump here. I'm thinking of the little tail, right? Shapes are going to cut each other off in perspective. We have this T-line. It's still the same shape, so we don't necessarily want to like block it completely. But we want this top side to end up being more cubed. Because it's like maybe a malformed strawberry sort of a deal. And we don't know what the back looks like yet, so we can make something up, or we can keep it smooth. But we're probably going to see, if you look at strawberries, or just kind of imagine what a strawberry might look like, kind of go with strawberry shapes. You committed the sin of hatching 90 degrees. No. This isn't a hatch line. This is a vein. This is the vein of the, what's it called? Oh, you just mean like vertically drawing? So here's the thing, right? If you draw vertically or horizontally on the canvas, you will flatten things out. And when you flatten things out, that's not always a bad thing. I want the important thing to be this strawberry, right? I don't want you to pay attention to the leaves. The leaves, I don't know how to draw them, so I don't want you to look at them. So I'm going to flatten them. I'm going to make them look uninteresting. They are background. If I wanted to emphasize that, I would put some line weight on the strawberry here to separate it from the leaves. That we have some more interesting lines to look at. You can come down here on the bottom, say it's resting on the plane here. So you can draw some like hatch lines or something or whatever. You don't have to be super precious with the bottom because you can always like kind of say it's ambient occlusion or whatever. And then this, and then let's say I want to draw a shadow shape underneath because this is kind of floating off the top because the weight's here. Maybe I draw a little bit of a shadow line there too. When we hatch a different direction from the other thing, we use it as a different object. And the tighter lines are going to be more shadowy. So without a lot of color, right, we've done it. I could come in here with a lighter tone or maybe some more hatching to do like this, right? Or down here, and maybe this corner gets a little bit more love. Maybe not that much. Right, we bold this section here, but we're drawing the strawberry from this section, right? So now the leaves are the main thing. I remember, I haven't seen a strawberry in a couple of days. Hey, how's it going, Psycho Rabbits? I like talking about some of my special interests. Currently, I'm in school for farming and gardening. Yo, nice! Strawberries are really interesting. I used to grow strawberries with my dad in our community garden. We only got like 3 strawberries really small because we only had it for like a year, and strawberries are one of those plants that you really need to have like the mother plant put off a couple of runners, and then like by the 2nd or 3rd year it gets a lot of stuff. Same thing with asparagus. We managed to get a couple of asparagus shooting up, but it wasn't, I think it was mostly because we got a donor asparagus ball from another neighbor who didn't want it anymore. I love how you're using inorganic forms for the strawberries look 10 times better than their stylized version. And it comes down to line weight, right? Not line weight, sorry. Line confidence, right? Organic lines are really nice and smooth, and if you can get that line weight to go all the way through first try organically, really good. If you can't, there's nothing wrong with like blocking out some inorganic shapes to get that line nice and crisp. I don't want to spend too much time on that. I think strawberries have like a crown because this is where the flower was. And then you have some of the supporting leaves, which I'm going to butcher. I think they have pointier leaves. And they're all kind of like a single leaf, if I remember correctly. Psycho will let me know. Tired from working in the garden for hours. That's fun though. So now that the leaves are more of an interest here, we're going to maybe detail them a little bit more, right? But this is to say that because I understand that the form of the strawberry is like this, right? Then I can draw it from any angle that I want. And I might want to change this one. Now that I understand the organic form of the strawberry, right? I've done some... Grandma got some strawberries last week. Aw. Because I understand the form, I say, you know what? That side was a little bit blocky. I don't like how blocky it was. I'm going to come back in. It's going to be resting on the ground. I want this to be more of like a in shape thing. For the sake of me being able to draw the strawberry instead of drawing a whole bunch of leaves instead, I'm going to erase the leaves and I'm going to say somebody trimmed them or something. So now we can have like some clipped leaves or something around the edge here, around the crown. And again, we can flatten them by having them go up and down. We're not going to worry about the contour of the shadow. So that's not the important part, right? The important part was that this strawberry needs to be in perspective. And I want it to come down, and I want it to have this like boxier shape that rounds out. I still want it to look like an organic form, so I'm going to maybe take some detours that a box wouldn't. Maybe this comes out a little bit more than I had originally intended. And chances are, if I showed these two images to somebody, at the moment, they'd probably be like, yeah, that's probably the same strawberry, right? That's kind of what you're going for. You don't necessarily need to be like perfect. You just kind of have to be able to show form and changes. And the secret is going to be showing the change in texture as it gets yellower, whiter, or greener around the tips. And we can actually use this as a better example here. So I did that texture all the way across, but now let's try and use the texture to show the, what's it called? The change in topographical nature of this strawberry, right? So we're going up, 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 down, down, down across this form, flattens out, going out along this form, coming back in, and then hiding behind the flower, leaves, whatever. And then coming back down. So we get a little bit like that. And we can come in and erase to make it more of a change in color sort of a deal. And then we can have, again, the seeds coming over. Put them closer together as they're curving away, farther apart as they're facing the viewer. Right? On this side, we maybe put like a little lump and put some hollow space so people know it's a seed. And then curves down and away, curves down and away, curves to the side and away, curves down. Probably have some more like this. Imply seeds coming down. And you can kind of get someone to believe that this is the same strawberry. And the line weight's going to really kick it up to the next level. And part that's going to get the most light, we're going to let it be a little bit lighter. Connect this part down here. Same thing with this side. This part's going to be a little bit lighter. And as it comes down, we're going to like the line bigger and thicker. That's what we like to see. And preserve the geometry where we can. Okay, scroll back up so I'm paying attention. The side of the object further from the observer will have thicker lines. That's not exactly correct. Maybe the outline of the object in general. The outline tends to have a thicker line, but that's not like an observable thing. That's more of a line art thing, right? We do that to differentiate between different objects and shapes. So the thickest lines tend to be because they are in front of another object. Right here, it's because it's in front of the leaves. In here, it's because it's in front of the second half of the strawberry. And then anywhere that there's going to be more shadow, right? More of a cast shadow. Right, let me see. They're technically not leaves. Okay. They are attached to the strawberry flower. They're supple as a cap. Oh, okay, okay. Open up to reveal the blossom. Typically star-shaped, and strawberry flowers have 5 rounded petals. Ooh, nice. Grandma has this grapevine she's been trying to grow for the past 6 years. It grows a maximum of about 30 centimeters, then dies. Oh, it's just we true. You don't have any idea what to do anymore. You get a strawberry with a section, a lot of small, not fully formed seeds, and you come together to find the strawberry flower wasn't fully properly pollinated. Oh, interesting. It's more or less yes, it is more or less a stylistic choice. You can use it design-wise to emphasize certain spots, right? So I might add some hatching here to show that this is curving away, and I might add some hatching here to show that this is curving down this way as well. Now I'll have these like kind of line up. Maybe because of that, I don't have to have this line as thick anymore, and I don't necessarily need to have it this thick either. I don't want to say just kind of put it wherever you feel like, because that's not very actionable, right? There are some places where you can do line arts, right, for like thicker. Curious which lines you'll thicken for the rose? Usually the parts in the middle, right? So the thing I wanted to emphasize with the rose is the difference between the petals, right? That's the most important thing, is that when I'm drawing these lines for the rose, for example, I'm not thinking about, oh, this is the line of the petal that I'm drawing. This is not the line for this petal. This is the ambient occlusion of the rose behind it being darker underneath than this rose is lighter, right? Essentially, the darkness of this line is supposed to contrast with where the highlight is going to go, which would be right up here against this line, right? If you were going to like shade this in, do like a highlight like that, it would be this highlight here, right? And similarly, you'd come down here, you'd highlight here. The only thing you can do, by the way, is just commit, right? If you're gonna do hatching, you have to commit to hatching all of it. If you didn't want to do it, don't don't hatch it, right? Because that's the only way you're gonna describe color, right? Death. Thank you very much. Let's get how the rig goes. And that's if you're doing the line art, right? You don't necessarily need to do line weight for everything you draw. For the rose, you wouldn't really need it for that kind of thing. Like I personally wouldn't do the hatching because it's a lot, right? I think it's fine to just have like a thicker line here at the T line, T sections where it's connecting. And so you could then clean up, right? But this is more the construction, right? I'm not gonna do the full flower because I will never finish anything I've ever done in my life if I do that. Towards the center, we're gonna have more shapes that are gonna pop out. So as I'm looking at the reference, I'm noticing a shape that I really like and I really want to include. And that's this line right here of the flower petal opening on one side and then getting wrapped up by another one on the other side, right? So as this spiral continues to occur, the flowers in the middle start to fold over each other. I don't care too much about this folding shape. I understand that it's part of the flower and it'll do it, but I can also replace a lot of this with like noise, sort of. And so what I really like though, is this flower petal shape that's happening here that then curves in and then is replaced by this other shape underneath, right? And then you have down in here, and then in this shadow shape that I have created, probably line that out. So I've taken a little detour to highlight the thing that I want to do. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to try to apply it. I'm going to find a space where I can add it. So I'm thinking right about here, because it needs to be around the center, but not too close to the center. I'm thinking as it touches, kind of in the same place as where it is in the original. There's nothing stopping you from using the same placements in the original. Just try not to be fully attached to it, right? So I like this a lot. And I know that it's going to get much darker. So I can just line in here. I can do some hatching underneath there. Just some chicken scratch hatch. I might clean it up later. We'll see. Ba-da-ba-bum. So I can look at it some more. I can think, okay, well, this petal would need to be bigger. It needs to be coming all the way over, right? And so in that place, I can put something else. And so I'm just pushing and pulling the form back and forth, thinking about these outside shapes. You said in order to practice good sketching, we need to follow the contours of the shape. Why did you flatten the shading on the petal? Was that just demonstration? It is chicken scratch hatch, which is like, if you zoom out really far, the only thing that matters is that it looks darker here and it looks like there's a gradient coming out on the top, right? So that's not a hatch line. That is a texture line. I call it chicken hatch scratch. Supposed to draw strawberry. Yeah, we're doing a strawberry. The rose looks tastier than the strawberry. We're doing some examples on how to use reference, right? Because oftentimes when people use reference, they're just doing it. Not that. You preciously had on cross-hatching on the petal. So there's technically a difference between using a hatch for color and using a hatch for shading. There's technically a difference. If I was to draw an orb, and I want this orb to be the color blue, I would just draw this hatch like this, really flat, really boring. This is the local color, okay? The local color is this line distance. Now you can see that my line distance is getting bigger at the bottom. That's a complete mistake, but I'm being able to repeat it every time, so I might see if I can use it for something. We'll see. I don't know. It might work out, it might not. I'm starting the same distance at the top, and I'm trying to maintain the same distance between the lines. This is my color hatch. This is my local color. Cool. So this is my local color. Looks flat. When I added the colors to Mudang, right? Before I added the colors to Mudang, take all these things out, it was a flat color. That's why they're called flats, right? Now, I'm not a huge fan of using hatching for color. I will do it occasionally. I prefer using gradients for color, right? That's why I prefer, that's why I say I'm not really when I never really did drawing. I only did painting, but I painted with graphite, right? And it's because I use gradients and like tones by like lightly having the pencil come across like this, right? You rub the pencil across and you get this like this tone shape, right? I don't know how well that comes across on stream, right? But you'd come back and forth, left and right, and you get this like different tone, make things darker. And so I prefer using tones for colors. When I say I painted with graphite, it's because when I was drawing with my pencil, I was using tones for values. I wasn't using hatch lines. That's what a drawer does, right? Someone who's drawing is defining form with lines, right? Form, color, lines, it's all that same thing, right? So this is how I would paint with graphite. This is my definition of like painting versus drawing. Can I please be the purple drawer? What's the purple drawer? Purple drawer? Oh, the person that puts down the flats? What do you mean? Anyway, to get back to our hatch lines, right? Purple jar, its tone jar, the disease overwatering had crotch hatching on the petal. Want me to scroll back up a little bit? I don't know about the creep stuff too. Try to go if you get cold winters. There's some cultivars that are hardier, still need taken down from the trellis and put under a protective covering. If they're dying at 30 centimeters, could be from winter injury, not enough room for the roots, disease, or overwatering. Interesting. I didn't know grapes could be overwatered. I always thought they were a very thirsty plant. I freshly had crash setting on the petal previously. Makes sense. The dresser. Oh, like the dresser. Purple dresser. I don't actually know that story. But yeah, so let's say this is the orb. Okay, the local color is this value, right? We're gonna have a light come in, right? Lights on this side. So we're gonna draw our core shadow, right? We're gonna do a little better than that. And so now we are going to hatch with the form that we want to give it. This is going to be our shadow shape. Right? As it gets closer to the edge, it's going to get darker. And this might not look dark enough. So we're going to add another line. We're going to follow the form here. And even just that, if we zoom out, we can already start to see that it's starting to take like this shadow form, right? Like you can already see that it's starting to happen. So we're not done yet because we still need to add the core shadow, and the core shadow has some fall off, right? So we're going to draw a slightly different angle than the other two, right? And we're not going to draw all the way down, but we're going to give it some variance. So we have this gradient. We're going to try to draw it tighter as well. We want to draw it tighter against the other lines. We don't want to overlap anything. And it would be okay if we went the other side of this, right? Which is we go on this side of the line. That'll add to the gradientness nature of this. Because inconsistency is what makes value gradients happen. You don't get like this a steep line or whatever. And as I'm drawing these, I'm kind of like giving them a slight curve. Because even though they're small lines, we want to make sure we're following the curve. Cool. And this has like I fucked up the oval shape here, but it doesn't matter too much. It's still fucked up, but it's whatever. So now we have a little bit of following where the core is. Anywhere I think that it could use a little bit more, I'm going to come in, I'm going to draw these curving shapes in the direction of the sphere. And it doesn't really matter at this point if they're kind of going over. This is starting to become more of a tone than it is a hatch. The people who do really insane tones are the ones that'll be like, okay, so this is the shape of the thumb. And they'll have like, and the line gets thicker here and then thinner. And this is the kind of shading you see on, like, if you have seen the US dollar, this is the kind of shading that they use. This is actual hatching, by the way. This is where you're following the concavity of it. I'm fucking ass at it. But it looks really cool, and I want to maybe do something with it someday, but I am not there yet. And it seems like it's more of a thing you would do with like a pen. This is not Peter Han, actually. Peter Han does do hatching, but he doesn't do this level of hatching. This level of hatching that I'm talking about is like when you see... I have to find the reference videos because it's like... Holy shit, dude. This is so hard. Ah, and I keep undoing twice. And then they'll come across the other side and they'll do the same thing, right? And anywhere that this line is supposed to be in shadow, it thickens up and then it thins out. I'm going to shoot myself in the head. And it's all about getting that distance exactly the same every time. And then if you want to add a highlight, you can't just like plan it. You have to like, okay, the lines are going to stop specifically there. And then they're going to pick back up on the other side of the highlights. And when you zoom out, it looks like this one section is slightly brighter. Never seen line weight be used in cross contour hatching before. It's so pretty. Thank you. For me, right, the only thing that I would say is then for the regular thing, we'd come in and we just put a circle here, and this just looks like a highlights, right? And you can come down underneath. And our shadow is going to be flat. Because realistically, this shadow shape is on 1, a flat surface, 2, it's a color. So I just want it to be a darker color than both of these things put together. So the way we make it darker is we just put the line closer together. I'm actually going the wrong way around. So as it gets farther away from the orb, you can like slightly space it out a little bit more. I'm talking about like vibes-based measurements. Like you really can't measure the distance. Come back in here and make some of these lines a little bit tighter. Let me add some line weight. Maybe we have some of the curves coming all the way around. Maybe a little bit tighter down here. Now this isn't true hatching because I didn't do it perfectly, but you can see that even though I have that flat color line here, full illustration in that style. Yes, I want to torch you. I have to learn it. Let's see if I can find the video. But yeah, so when we zoom out, I'm sure it's even smaller on your screen, but now it looks like an orb, right? You have that core shadow, we have the reflected light, and we can do a little bit more here to like kind of get that more of like a gradient, right? And it almost looks like the reflected light is brighter than the core shadow, right? So that it's a really cool effect. But now I'm moving away from hatching and I'm just doing tone. Goruku, I have some excellent news for you. You can be good at drawing. There is nothing preventing you from being good at drawing. If you want to be an excellent draftsman, it just takes time, patience, and being nice to yourself, being kind to yourself, right? I promise that you can get as good at drawing as you want to be, right? 1000%. It just takes time. It takes being kind to yourself. 6 years and I went to art school. I was still bad, so I gave up. What actionable changes did you do after all of your practice? Because if you were doing the same thing for 6 years with no change, that means that you didn't grow for 6 years, right? You can't just sit there and draw a circle 600 times and say, wow, I've drawn this circle 600 times while I was watching TV and it hasn't gotten any better. You have to be looking at, okay, I drew 10 circles. What do I need to change about these circles? Does not take watching these streams every weekday. Happy to have you, right? And always happy to have you in the Discord as well if you want to work towards things, right? For free. Education is free. I believe education should always be free. So it's just a matter of putting in the effort sometimes. But also, I don't think art school is the best, right? If you want to be a draftsman, if you want to have really good muscle memory, really good perspective, if you want to draw from memory, art school is not the best place to go. Because art school is focused on making, like, artists, right? They're not focused on making illustrators. They're not focused on making draftsmen. They're not focused on making designers. They're focused on making artists. And artists is kind of just like, hey, we're going to teach you some of like what it means to communicate ideas. And it's up to you to figure out how you want to communicate those ideas. So it really depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to be a better draftsman, do this. I promise you, right? My hands are very shaky, right? Through shape carving and like post-processing and all that stuff, you can get nice clean lines, right? We are working on some figures, right? These lines did not start as nice. Like you can look especially at this section here. Oopsies. Section here, these lines are not perfect, right? I can come in with a little bit of this line weight and draw. I'm not drawing with the right one, that's why. Come in, erase a little bit, it's a good thing. I'm looking for shapes, right? So it doesn't matter if my lines are not perfect. I can come in and do it. My hands being shaky does nothing to do with it, right? Line confidence you can get better at. What? No, I didn't mean to zoom in. Sorry, I zoomed on the wrong one. I'm sorry. You do the boring stuff. If you want to get better at draftsmanship, you do the boring stuff, right? You wake up, you don't think about it too much. You do your warm-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know how I can say shaky hands have nothing to do with it? I have shaky hands. I'm drawing from my shoulder. If you're drawing with your hands and your shaky hands are the problem, don't draw with your hands. Draw with your shoulder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've been doing this for almost 5 years straight. It's not that I don't miss a day. I miss days here and there. This is mostly my warm-up now, right? I'm not going to get any better at drawing these lines by sitting down and doing them for 7 hours. I get better at these lines. Now these lines don't help me improve my line weight, right? What they do is they get me in the right mindset to start drawing. I would do that stuff. I miss every time. I've already heard and tried all of it. Okay, how have you been applying it? Doesn't matter if you miss, right? 1, 2, that one's actually pretty good. This is a terrible example, I'm sorry. 4, 5, 6, 7, right? The process to have good lines in a sketch and the process to get to a finished piece is very different. And every attempt is different, right? Unless you have specifically a disability, you can do that and produce somewhat smooth and straight lines in the right place. I mean, it's a bad example because I was trying to show you that I miss also. Right? You do wavy lines, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's really awful because like I'm already warmed up. I've been warmed up for like an hour. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless you have like physical disabilities that prevent you from holding a pen properly and you're shaking so bad that you drop it, or you get intense arthritis pain, there is nothing that is going to prevent you from building up muscle memory to do these things. It's just a matter of whether or not you were looking at your practice and was being actionable. And I don't want to like look at what you're saying without seeing any reference, without you explaining anything and tell you that you were doing wrong. You're probably doing the best to your ability, right? You're probably doing the best that you understand. And sometimes it's not that we don't know what we're doing. It's that sometimes we wait until we think we're ready instead of taking the next step. And getting perfect lines has nothing to do with being a good draftsman, being a good artist, right? There are artists out there that have really, 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 really shaky, like absolutely awful lines for their sketches, right? But they have such a good understanding of form. 3, 4, 5, 6, right? They have such a good understanding of form that if you do like here, volume shape, volume shape, volume shape, forearm, chest puffed, back is there. We want this lined up like here. Legs coming up here. And then they come in with the whole None of this is prohibitively learning, right? I set out a shape, a direction that I wanted. And what I have done from here is I've applied knowledge of anatomy, knowledge of form. These are all things that are book learned, right? Book learned and muscle memory implemented. There is no reason someone can't learn how to do all this anatomy, because this is just memorization. Actually watching porn the other day, right? And I saw this guy's like butt came out so back, and I was like, oh fuck, now I understand legs and butt anatomy, right? I had one of those aha moments where I was like, I'd understand all the anatomy and everything for so long, right? But it wasn't until like I saw the anatomy in action in a certain way that I was like, oh shit, that's how it works. We got the stratus muscles coming down. And is this perfect anatomy? No, absolutely not. This is not perfect anatomy. It doesn't have to be. It's believable anatomy, sure, but it's not perfect anatomy. At the end of the day, the only thing you really want is something that's believable. Because art is not meant to copy life. It is meant to improve it. And you can take that any way you want. Quick, consistent line art isn't true though. I couldn't do any of the stuff you're doing. I don't have coordination to do lines like that. A lot of my instructors and mentors would comment that I was good at the perspective and things like that. But I just didn't have the ability to draw lines consistency or with intention, so everything was scratchy, cooked, and would end up looking really wonky. I could do some things fine, like stipple art or some paintings, but I wanted to do animation, which does require quick, consistent line art. Okay. What was stopping you from doing smooth lines? And I'm not asking like, just whenever I would try, the lines would come out scratchy. What was stopping you from opening up line of action or pose from memory, right? They give you the picture of the guy like this and don't do anything other than start at the head and do this shape. Do an S-curve. Was there a physical limitation preventing you from doing that? And this is a very serious question, right? Because I don't want to accuse you of like not trying, because I'm sure you tried very hard. For 6 years, you've put in a lot of effort. And I want to acknowledge that you've put in a lot of effort, because it's very frustrating when something doesn't work out the way you want it, right? So when I ask this question, I'm not trying to get a gotcha or do anything. What I want to do is I want to understand. Because every human being on this earth is different. Just because something works for me doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. But if you tell me how you've practiced, how you've worked on it, the things that have not worked for you, right? I can come up with something that maybe you haven't tried yet. And then we can try that. And if that doesn't work, we try something else. The human imagination is limited only by the amount of time that we give it. Also, Castor Labs seems to have lost connection. It's true. God damn it, Castor Labs, why are you so bunked? There's a major outage. That's why we don't have stream. That's fucking lame. How do I want my money back. Let's try if we just restart it. No, there's an outage for Caster Labs, which is the app that I use to do the multi-chat. So that's why for the last half an hour at least, there hasn't been. Okay, it's just not working. No on-screen chat today. Womp womp. Also for animation, we're gonna do a very quick animation thing, right? Because while I don't doubt that animation as an industry is prohibitive to someone who wants to do animation, right? I want to just show you that you don't need to have nice smooth lines to do animation, right? And now I might make something and you might say, no, this is actually kind of trash. And that's fine, right? I understand. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be perfect, right? There's no way I can be perfect. I don't know how it's going to work, if it's going to work. I know that I want a frame rate 15, and we'll do playback time of 24. I think 2 seconds is more than enough for any demo. Cool. So immediately we have our animation tab. I like to go and do like a folder, right? And then what's a good animation that we can do? I don't know. Let's not detour too much from the rose. Hey, that's a great example, rose. Okay, so let's do a rose animation. Here's what I'm just taking my hand and I'm making scribbles, right? I'm making scribbles and I'm making tube shapes, right? You might not be able to control these tube shapes, right? You know what? You might not be able to control these tube shapes. Let's do some scratches, right? Some scratchy lines. All I'm doing is I'm consistently thinking about the volume that I'm trying to draw, right? Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, by the way. I'm trying stuff. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I hope it works. I want someone to walk away from this and think that, you know what? It is possible. I also want to be wary because I don't want to like scare someone, right? I don't want them to see me doing something in a way that they thought wasn't possible and thinking, oh, they're just better than me. Because I don't want people to think that either, right? I'm literally not someone good, right? I'm just someone who is willing to try and fail. I think that is the only, like, if I have a superpower, it is that I am willing to just fuck up. And it's not a superpower that I came into. I wasn't born with this superpower either, right? It took a lot of effort, a lot of work to be like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care that it's not going to work, or I don't care that if I might get it wrong. I don't care that I'm showing this live to a lot of people. I'm going to try. And if it doesn't work, well, it doesn't work. Maybe I'll try again some other time, right? Scratchy lines. I want, really flower petals are going to be more on a bush sort of a deal. But we're going to just do some lines, right? Because now what I'm focused on instead of lines, right, for animation, I'm focusing on value, right? If I can't do lines, I'm focusing on value. I have more lines in a place where I want it to be visibly dark or something, right? Put some thorns. Thorns I want to be very dark. Same thing, we're gonna keep going. That earlier when I was doing some studies on roses, one thing is all of the rose petals are circular, cylindrical. So you can think of them, this is separate from the animation, right? Think of them as a cylinder. And then just draw concentric circles. And then instead of drawing concentric circles all the way, we're just going to draw half a circle, draw half a circle on top, half a circle on top, half a circle on top, half a circle on top. You know, they're going to just kind of keep on being on top of each other. Right? And then we have some on the outside. They're just following the same path as the petal, right? So this is my guide. This is what I'm thinking of as I'm drawing this animation, as I'm drawing this rose. I'm thinking about this is all just like a flat plane, right? And so I'm drawing cylindrical circles around that flat plane, drawing smaller circles towards the middle, making sure they're getting overcrowded or whatever. And I'm trying to put more lines in places where I think it's going to be darker. I'm trying to put less lines in places where I think it's going to catch the light more. If you're good with perspective, or you were told you were good with perspective, then all you're thinking of is just putting these lines in a way that they look like they're on a piece of paper that someone tilted, right? Cool. So maybe we do another line here, something, and then we erase. Nothing's ever keeping you from erasing, right? Now, ideally, you want to be thinking about these forms before you start putting it so you don't need to erase, right? Erasing, I'm not going to say is bad. I think erasing should be a tool. Erasing should not fix mistakes, right? Erasing is not for fixing mistakes. Erasing is for revealing more of the form that you already see. You should erase, but you should do so in an intentional way. Cool. We have our rose. What do we want? After 2 seconds, I'm going to say that we want our rose petal to open up. Oopsies. I'm going to switch over to the other one. Which part is interesting? So Castle Lab seems to have reconnected. So let's see if we can fix it. Still says there's a major outage. What? I guess it connected to not Castle Labs. Whatever. The comment about erasing. Oh, the comment about erasing. Yeah, I picked it up from sort of. There's a YouTube channel called Drawing Sessions, right? I'm hit or miss with them. I'm gonna my this, right? So as we have our flower petal open up, we have our reference up in the top. I'm going to remember that the center part of my flower is going to have a little, like it's going to stay more or less the same, right? Some of these lines are going to move outwards a little bit, right? But they're going to move more outwards as they are getting farther away, right? So I'm just going to focus on getting these lines in, right? Scratchy lines coming back in, all that stuff. Also, one other thing. I'm not saying quit your day job and gamble everything on whether or not you can make art after like 6 years of not being able to make headway, right? My important thing is you can improve, but keep your day job, right? I'm gonna have to get a job here in August when I get back from where I'm going. Get out of here, bug. But the human brain was not made to not improve. If you've ever gotten better at anything in your life, you can get better at art. If you haven't, then listen, I don't know, I can't help you with that. Probably morning shift, so I'll be doing, I'll be trying to do bagels or whatever in the morning, because that way I can walk my dog on the way back or something, I don't know. What do you mean nothing's gonna change? I'm literally gonna try to be getting back by... I've been logged out of YouTube and Twitch. Fantastic. Thanks, Caster Labs. You are garbage. So I'm not accidentally signing in to my Twitch. Still says there's a major outage. Can I just log in or whatever? Yeah, nothing. Hopefully nothing will change. Hopefully nothing will change. But we will see about that. I'll probably be really tired. I'm gonna depend heavily on everyone still wanting to see me to be able to keep up the motivation. Okay, back to the rows. This is the fully open rows, right? We have the reference here. We're going to just kind of follow some of the basic principles using really scratchy lines again. We want to keep the scratchy lines as much as possible. I appreciate it. It looks like we've lost our friend Goruku. That's okay. I think this is important for people to see regardless of anything. Petals on the outside are going to be getting more flatter or whatever. They're curling, so I might do some curls or something. Right, petals on the outside are going to be going out. So you want to have this motion. They are pointier towards the tips. Right, and there's this one is going to be way out here. Because remember, we have these petals that come off. They're going to be much bigger, much farther away, much separated from this. Ooh, I got bits. Oh, thanks for the bits.
The one that does the text to speech?
Yeah, this is the one that does the text to speech. Thanks, Kit. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Sketchy line, sketchy line, sketchy line. It's not about line weights, right? It's not about whatever, right? If you can make a decent, beautiful animation by just beautiful animation by just following forms and principles, right? What were you gonna say? This one's gonna come out way to here. Probably instead is gonna be like this. This could actually also probably be exaggerated. So I'm going to come in here. Guess I'll have to wait for the next time. This is my second one in a row. You got it. It did the text to speech this time. Let's get rid of the background so I can see the rose shape that I have. Okay, not bad, not bad. I think I would prefer to highlight certain aspects a little bit more. This I can empty out a little bit. I want this to come out clearer so that it is looking like the rose is folding on itself, not like the rose is falling apart. So what we're going to be doing here is key to key animation, right? We're gonna go from the starting frame that we had to this frame, and we're gonna try to get there by going kind of like in the direction of it for the most part. I'm just looking at values here, right? I'm just picking out where do I like these shapes and forms that I'm drawing more. Do I like them here? Do I like them there? And I'm kind of deciding with the eraser. I'm using the eraser as my tool to make decisions on where forms are going to end or begin and stuff like that. And I'm not using the eraser because like, oh, I made a mistake, right? And I'm using line weights by adding lines multiple times to get a value structure going. This is how when people are like, oh, I never get good line weight, the chicken scratch and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you'd probably want to avoid doing chicken scratch if you can, because lines with weights look nicer, right, in the long run. Evolving, I like them everywhere. Glad you like them. But the chicken scratch is not something that you can't use. At the end of the day, it's basically just like a value thing, right? So, it connects. I don't think it ever did. Nope, it never did. Nope, we're going sans Caster Labs this time. Thank you, I'm glad you like it. There's a couple places where I'm probably going to make some changes. Here, I don't like the way that this form is coming down. Cool. This is also a lost line. Not doing anything, so I'm going to get rid of it. Alright, so now we have more or less our shape. If we go to our keyframe, we're going to go from this to this, right? That is our goal. So we can literally just, because if we want a linear sort of like, it's going to open up and then like, what's it called, right? We could do that. Another interesting thing we could do is we could bump the lamp, right? Now, I should not bump the lamp. I shouldn't, right? I should not. That's not something that I should do. But, you know me. We love to bump the lamp. So we're going to bump the lamp. I'm gonna make this darker to match this a little bit. Bump the lamp is an expression that comes from the film Who Framed Roger Rabbit. In the film, there is a scene where Roger Rabbit is interacting with the live action, like the human actors, right? And so there is an action that one of the actors takes, which is as they're trying to wrangle in Roger, this animated toon character, one of the human actors bumps the lamp on purpose. And as this ceiling lamp is going back and forth, right? The lighting in this room is changing as the light is coming back and forth. what they do is they add the effect of subsurface scattering to Roger's ear. Because Roger is a cartoon rabbit. And as the lamp swings back and forth in this live action frame, the animated cartoon character over this scene is affected by the light that is constantly shifting. Pre-ordering an hour of Hades for Friday. So when I say bump the lamp, I mean we're gonna go the extra mile and do something a little stupid. So one thing I want is, I don't know where exactly I want to place it, but here's another one of my keyframes, right? What's going to happen is that the rose that I have is going to get hit by a water paddle, right? So we're going to just take this entire stick. We're not going to worry about making it like perfect, beautiful animation or whatever, right? We're going to be a little bit utilitarian because we're doing sketchy lines, right? I'm trying to make a point that I'm using sketchy, like chicken scratch lines to make this animation because I want to prove a point that even if you are obsessed with animating and you can't improve at your line weights no matter what you do, you don't need to go to an industry. If working at an industry is your dream, I would aspire you to dream more for yourself, right? I would aspire you to dream not of capitalism, to dream not of what you can do for others as far as like increased stockholder value. What I would encourage you to do is to dream about how your life can affect others through the goodness of your own art. Not through how much someone values you in a pipeline. That goes for you too, Kit. Do not aspire to just be a part of the industry. Aspire to change the industry through your own efforts. And if no industry will take you, make an industry that will. I don't know if I'm living that necessarily. An important thing in animation is your art inspires me. Aw, I'm glad. In animation is jumping between keyframes so that you're understanding where like forms are coming from. So I'm more important. This is more important than just drawing through onion skin, because the drawing with onion skin is going to it's going to manifest some weird occurrences in your arts, right? Because what's going to happen is you're going to stop seeing the form and you're just going to try to trace the lines underneath. And so you need to be able to jump between them to see, okay, this is maybe not the way I wanted this line to come through or whatever. It might affect the previous frame, it might affect the current frame, right? Whatever. So this frame is missing a lot of this petal. And I'm missing a lot of shift on this direction. There we go. A little bit better. But this is my extreme. So what does that mean? It means that I'm going to cut this bitch apart. That's not the lasso tool. I'm gonna cut this bitch apart. Because this rose was just hit by a rain droplet. So as this flower petal moves down, the leaves are going to move slightly. They're going to try to retain their inertia. So we're just going to slightly shift them in the direction that they came from. And if we come back, it's not a big difference. But the other thing I want to do is we want to show the effects of the rain petal. We're having some difficulties because the way you you show like effects in animation is that like you do the after effects, right? You don't draw like fist goes into fist, right? Goes into face. Goes into the next frame where it's down, right? Right? And then you have the follow all the way through. Right? You don't do these two frames. You just show this action and reaction. Why? Because the part in the middle, son of a bitch, the part in the middle is kind of implied and it's going too fast for the motion. So if you're drawing the whole thing, you're gonna kind of screw up. Wow, there's some lag going on with my tool. At what level of art proficiency would you recommend someone start drawing animations? You should start drawing animations whenever you want to draw animations. There is nothing about animation that proclivates you to a specific skill level, right? There's some things that make it take less time. In the same way, there's some things that make drawing figures take less time, right? And it's actually the exact same skill, ironically enough, as being able to draw. If you want to get better at animations, like make them faster and stuff, do figure drawing. You don't need to get better. You do not need to get better first. If you have an idea for an animation, just fucking do it. It's the principles of animations. They're a completely different skill set. Aw, thanks for the sakes. Anyway, so we have these like drip drops coming out, and we want to give them a little bit of form, right? We want them to look like they're coming in this direction. They're coming from this direction. Cool, so that means that now we can do a whole bunch of stuff in between. Primarily, it's going to be with, what's in between these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, yeah, okay. 2, okay, this is gonna be in between for that. So we're gonna add a frame here. Control C. Control V, because this is the part that's going to just kind of get replicated. So we don't care because this isn't really moving that much. What we can do is we can redraw it in the in-betweens, right? So I might do that. I might not because I'm trying to be lazy, but you know, we gotta bump the lamp. We gotta bump the lamp. So you might have these two frames, get them redrawn. I want the raindrop to be pretty much kind of like I was showing you, maybe about here. So we're gonna have the raindrop and then we want the highlights. You don't really need to give it like airlines or anything, right? That's pretty much it. I'm kind of liking this in between going on. So, hey, thanks for the 1 bit. Wouldn't be here if we did things the easy way. It's true, it's true. But the principles of animation are all about kind of timing and weight, right? So if I want this raindrop to go from here to here, right? In this place, we have 2 frames. We can space them out evenly, which we probably will, right? So that means that the next raindrop is going to have to be here, and then the raindrop after that is going to have to be here, right? So we can just take this and duplicate it. Right click, duplicate layer. Now we have this layer 2 duplication, I think. That doesn't have a home. So we can come in here and put layer 2 here. And we can erase this. We can erase this one. We can like turn this one more into that raindrop sort of effect. And I would recommend just going back and forth with keyframes. Right, I want to look more like that. Cool, we're gonna draw it. We can erase this one, we don't need it anymore. Cool. Maybe I want to darken this up a little bit to match the new one. Cool, I've come into a problem though. I don't like the chicken scratch staying the exact same. So I'm going to come in, erase, draw, erase, draw, erase, draw, erase, draw, erase, draw, right? All over the place. So that I can get a different texture to the line. Because it looks like it's a copied frame, which it is a copied frame. But the better way to do it is not to do this, it's to just erase this and draw it again. And we're not, that is kind of the biggest skill that animation teaches you. Don't get too precious with it, right? Don't get too attached. You're sitting here, this animation is trying to solve a problem. If it doesn't look good because the animation needs to be redrawn, because you're trying to get those stumble frames or whatever, redraw it. Just don't put yourself through any more like, oh, but I really like the line, but I don't want to do all that work again. Just fucking do it. A great way to start is by doing animation with this kind of sketch stuff, right? Because if you do this kind of sketch stuff, you're immediately just not thinking about it too much. I'm willing to bet that this is how animation artists like Tabuli or what's his name, Teleport and stuff like that, those guys who do insanely fast animation that looks insanely good, I'm willing to bet that they started doing their animations like this, right? And so because their starting animations were sketchy and they were going really fast and they're trying to get it done and all this stuff, eventually their warm-ups became like, oh, I'm just going to draw this line here, right? Eventually it kind of like, there's a simplification that's going on. Because if you look at their roughs, a lot of them are these kind of like loose, disjointed lines. Yeah, teleport is insane. I'm never gonna try to like step up to teleport. I'm not gonna lie. He scares me a little bit. There's also an artist on Blue Sky that I follow that also does animations. They'll do like surprise animations of people's illustrations and stuff like that. Well, they'll take like the line weight of it, and they're really good at mimicking like style. And I don't know if that's just because they're selecting for styles that they already know, or what the deal is. But they are insane with it. We're missing values in here. Missing this petal. Missing value there. Oops. We're trying to maintain the same volumes. So if it feels like it's getting smaller, we're just going to add some scratches in that direction. And I'm not that insane. You're like 3 meters away from teleport. I'm not 3 meters away from teleport. Are you kidding me? It still takes me like a full day to block out an animation. No shot. I am anywhere close to, hey, how's it going, Ryu? Sorry I didn't see you. I have no way of knowing who's on who. And no one on Twitch chat does either. I should probably bring back to do this. I don't remember asking. Don't remember asking what? Could I do this faster? Yes, 1000%. But I'm trying to prove a point about how even if you can't draw really nice lines, you can still make really nice animations. Because animation is almost 100% about maintaining your volumes and understanding the principles of animation. Cool. Actually, yeah, close enough. wonder if I should, well, I guess this is just going to be uploaded to the YouTube channel. But maybe I should like cut some of the boring stuff out and see if I can turn this into like a video. I don't know. Kit, what do you think? Do you think it would be possible to turn this section of me drawing this animation, if I manage to finish it today, into like a 10-minute video about me showcasing how you don't need to get good line art to make good animation? Because right now, it's like, it's gonna probably be about 3 hours, right? For me to finish this animation. Not gonna lie. But do you think it would be possible to like turn it into a like cut out some of the boring stuff where I'm just drawing and not talking, or I'm not saying anything interesting, or I'm repeating stuff, or I'm saying stuff that might not be super nice. Like I remember I called out the person that came in and asked about this. They're no longer here, right? They've moved on. I'm assuming they got frustrated, and I don't blame them. It's really easy to get frustrated when you go to someone who seems like they have it all together, and you tell them, "Man, I wish I was better than you." And it's like, you can get there. It's just the effort that you've been doing may have been misdirected. It's a very hard thing to hear because it gets people really prideful. And it's an ego thing. Not like ego like, oh, I'm so good, but it's like the brain wants to protect itself, right? At a certain point, the brain doesn't want to hear that, oh, you can get there. The brain wants to hear, I've tried, there's no way to do it. It's just not possible for me. Because it wants to stop doing the thing that it's hurting itself, right? And for the brain, putting a lot of effort into doing something and not getting the rewards that it wants is hurting itself, right? The brain doesn't want to keep doing something like that. So I can 100% understand why someone would want to leave. But I don't want to call them out on it because I don't want them to feel any worse than they probably already do. Okay, so we can get rid of all this extra stuff, all the timing charts and everything. Do you want to maybe rotate this around a little bit? Even though raindrops are probably going to be more of a, how do I say this? Raindrops are probably going to be more of a orb shape, I think. We're gonna do this teardrop shape because I think it gives a little bit more direction. We're changing the volume here. And it's not changing in a good way. You can tell that we're There we go, that's better. Let's take a look at how this is playing. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of more frames in here. I'm going to grab this. Control C. Control V. Delete the layer underneath so we just have one layer to work with. So it's not super complicated. Ooh, this is a tricky one, huh? Control C, back to this layer. Control V, delete the layer underneath it so we're not dealing with a ton of layers. And then now we should have a little bit more of a, yeah. So we have this frame, right? So now let's maybe do a little bit of a thing. Community is vital since you are always your harshest critic. Well, even more than that, listen, 2 heads are better than 1. 1,000 heads are going to be unable to drown you out. You're going to be like lost. It's going to be almost as bad as having just 1 head. Having like 10 people, like have thoughts that are constructive, not like constructive criticism, but like, hey, here's something else that you can try, right? Cool. It's just going to be like, it's more of a support structure is more important than anything, right? So this gets hit. I actually want this to come down a little bit more. And then I want it to swing back up farther than it was. And as it's doing that, I'm going to try to open up some of the petals, right? And then, I don't know how long that's going to take. I know this frame, I want to extend 1 more frame. So what's going to happen is I'm going to take these water, and I'm going to just kind of make them smaller, but also they're going to be going out. And then they can kind of just dissipate, right? Then I'm going to take this petal shape that I have. Again, I'm trying to get scratchy lines to simulate someone who might have like a lot of the understanding of forms and shapes and stuff, but maybe don't have the line weight. Because that's what the person earlier had brought up. And so I really want to try and replicate that sort of effect. Because people will come into art or any medium and believe that, oh, getting it right the first time is perfect, right? Is beautiful, right? Getting that performance aspect of the art where you just have it right is more important than understanding like the forms behind it. And even if you don't have good line weight, you can still have good forms, right? The problem is usually one follows the other. Usually it's much easier for you to be able to draw with nice line weight to get some good perspective stuff than it is to be able to like consistently know what direction you're going to be going to get that same kind of effect. Because there's amazing comic book artists whose inking styles is heavily chicken scratched, right? I'm trying to think of them right now, but it tends to be more of like the later 90s and beyond kind of grimoire, grimdark sort of aspects tend to have these more hatch lines sort of like lines coming out. You can still get really good form and everything by having these chicken scratches, and from far away it doesn't matter. And in fact, you can add way more line weight by coming over with more scratches underneath, right? You can emphasize, you can get really cool effects by doing this, right? I think there's this big push that there is only one way to have a good form, and it's with a clean silhouette, right? Actually, let's do a cleaner silhouette than that. Right? I think, oh, that's the only way for it to be done, right? That's just wrong, because that's the principles of art don't really care too much about the brush you're using. And in my mind, Greg Capullo didn't. Yeah. Jim Lee. I know that name. I don't know the other. I don't know the art that Jim Lee does, but Jim Lee's sound. That's not the guy who does Hellboy, is it? Because I see scratchy lines is the exact same thing as having like a different brush, right? It's just a texture brush. Realistically, the problem is that people are using the scratchy lines as searching lines, right? They're trying to discover what the shape that they're going to draw is with the scratchy lines, and so you get this like really ambiguous sort of, maybe where is this shape going to come from, sort of like searching for it, and it'll look decent, and then you'll go to line it, and then it's like there's no actual box here. Jim Lee did X-Men, never mind. I'm so bad, see? But yeah, the difference between like a scratchy line and a searching line is a searching line is trying to connect to the last line, but also doesn't understand where the line was going. You can think of a scratchy line for when you're using it for texture as more of just like you're going over the exact same line over and over and over again. Say I want to do this line and I want to give it a scratchy texture. I'm just going to have short strokes. And I'm just going to come over in kind of the same area and give it some variance. But a searching line, this is the line I'm trying to draw, will come in and be like, and so it can still have some sort of an effect, right? But people tend to not. People, I feel, oftentimes have a greater like belief in their thing, especially when someone else tells them, right? Because I don't know what the instructor told them, that like, oh, you have really good perspective and stuff, right? I don't know what that means, right? And I'm sure they were pretty young also, so I don't want to harp on them too much. But they never told a searching line, a good grasp on perspective. Which one? What part? What'd I say? It was me. I didn't do it. But people can often have like, they believe that they're really good at something when they have no objective lens at looking at what they're looking at, right? They'll be like, oh, I'm really good at perspective. And I'm like, what does that mean to you, right? Because one of the traps that I'll actually give to people, right? One of the traps that I accidentally do a lot is like, I'll tell people, you just want to make it believable, right? And the thing is, if you're doing studies and if you're doing the work, believable will constantly change, and it'll be like 2 steps ahead of you sometimes. And when you're trying to catch up, you're playing catch up to this believable aspect, right? That's how you can improve. But if you're not doing studies, if you're just doing the same thing and it looks believable, you're not going to improve your draftsmanship. You're not going to get better at like perspective and stuff like that. And that's fine, right? Realistically, at the end of the day, all that matters is that it is believable to you as the artist. Now, the problem is when you're unhappy, but you think it's believable. Because there is some dissonance going on. So you need to come to some terms within yourself. You need to come to terms with something that's going on. You're like, okay, I'm unhappy. Why am I unhappy if it looks believable? Does it not look as believable as I wanted? Is the quality of my line not where I want it to be, right? I forgot. Just checked. Checked what? What did you check? You said people tend to have a greater blank. People have a greater belief in themselves. Oh, then I get distracted. Oh, okay. They tend to have a greater belief in others that tell them something, right? Especially people in power. So what I mean by that is that if you have an art instructor that tells you that you're really good at perspective, and you can't explain to me what they meant by that, you're just kind of like taking what they said at face value, and then you believe that there's nothing you can improve on, right? If someone comes to me and says, I'm struggling with this, and it's like, well, the perspective looks a bit off, right? And they're like, no, my instructor says my perspective is good. What that tells me is that you think you don't need to get better at perspective anymore. And as someone who is constantly growing and learning and stuff, I promise you, you always need to learn something more. You always can improve at what you're doing, right? Oftentimes, where that growth leads is going to be that, what were you trying to accomplish with this, right? Because there is this kind of belief that teachers are perfect, or like when a teacher tells you something, it's just unverifiably true, right? Like it's just correct. Which is not to like put teachers down, but people need to remember that teachers are human, right? The teacher can also improve. Like they're not even if not even Peter Han is going to tell you that they're done learning. Anyone who tells you they're done learning is someone you should avoid learning from. That's just, my personal belief on it. What the hell? Okay. What? Did I hit the save button? I think I did. Cool. Okay, and so I'm going to input a frame here. This is going to be my one frame. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because I want to know the resting spot, right? Right now, if I was to put a frame here in the middle, I'm trying to get my rows to bounce back upwards, right? To appealing to authority. I mean, it's just easier to take responsibility and give it to somebody else, right? And so a lot of times when people have instructors or mentors or whatever, they take the responsibility of their own learning and they put it on someone else. Now, it is much easier to grow and improve under an instructor, but you should always be asking yourself, why? How does this work? How can I apply this? Where can I use this, right? And when you have an instructor, it's very easy to fall into the rhythm is, I'm just going to do whatever my instructor tells me. And the people who really like NASCAR peel off and looks like they're not going anywhere, then go boom, zooming really fast. They're the people that from the get-go are really, really interested in just continuing to apply and learn stuff, right? They just want to understand. It's like, why are you bothering doing this? It's like, I just want to know how it works. I want to bump the lamp. I want to see where it lands me. I want to see if I can do this. If I can't, why didn't it work, right? Constantly doing things that make them ask more questions. And those answers can come from instructors. Those answers can come from your own research. Those answers can come from you do your own study and you're like, oh, that's weird. I never thought about this. And then you do the rows this way from now on. We're going to be doing a little bit of a pose to pose animation here. And what I mean by that is because I kind of have an idea of where the end gate is. It's this here. We're gonna come back to this same position but opened up. What we want to do is kind of have this flower. It's right here. It's going to come back up to standing middle, and it's going to go overshoot, and then it's going to hold frame here, and then it's going to come back down to there, right? This is how rigidity works, right? In plants, in whatever you're doing. When you're drawing something that is going up and down and moving all around, right? It's going to kind of like bounce back. So right now we're going to have our, to put this in like a timing chart, right? Right now we're at our extreme. We want it to go back up to here. We want to skip the middle, right? But we also don't want to go right back to where we were. So we want to have a frame that's going to be closer to the middle than it was to the last frame before this. And then on the other end, we're going to have a frame that ends just before our maximum. And then on the way back, it's going to end just before the middle, and then it's going to stop at the middle. So this is more or less our timing chart. Right here, our next frame is going to be this one, and then this one. Nope, sorry. And then, yeah. Then this one, then this one, and then this one. And finally, we're going to settle here on 5, right? So this is our 0, and we're going to go bam, 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 bam. And I can show you how this is going to work, actually, because I can just draw this. Dun, 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 dun. Owie. And we have an extra frame that we need. 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to be our 5th. That means we need a frame right in here. And it's going to be... So as we jump through this, we'll probably just extend these out a little bit more. So it's going to be a little bit jarring when we play it, I think. So we might need to play on how much the extremes are going, or how long these poses are held. But for the most part, I kind of like that. I might not make it as extreme. So for example, instead of going all the way out here, right, for this extreme, we might just bring this back down to Not that one. I want to keep that one there. Like here, right? Something like that. This is going to be my timing chart, more or less. I'm going to take this and I'm going to cut it. I'm going to come on top of the paper here. I'm going to Control V. That way I have my timing chart for all of them. I don't have to worry about it too much. Because this is where we're at right now. So we want to come back to there. And so the way we're going to do that is... we don't need this here anymore. Same thing with this. Don't need this. We don't need this. I'm just going to be lazy with this because we're doing a lot of stuff in other places. We do also want to open up the flower slightly as we're moving. So we're going to keep that in mind a little bit as we're doing this. So I'm going to start drawing the flower, but I'm going to trace it over in a way that's going to open the petals slightly. So if this is moving out, right? I want the petals, this side's going to go this way, this side's going to go this way, this side's going to go this way, right? Right, that form. So I'm cheating a little bit in the sense that I'm going to draw the flower and then I'm going to use the marquee tool to kind of just rotate it. So that's where I'm cheating, mostly just to save some time. And the thing that I want to open up is down here, so it's going to be a little bit more down than it was before. And some frames might be more exaggerated than others. It's going to be something that's going to be very hard to tell, right? And that's fine. I do want to like go from the outside in to a degree, but not necessarily. I want to go from front to back in terms of like visibility, right? I don't know if this is going to connect here, so I'm not going to connect that line there yet. I do know that this is going to come down about as much as that's going to move out, right? A little bit more because it's closer to the viewer. So we're going to do scratchy line, scratchy line, scratchy line. Again, we're trying to really showcase that you don't need to get really good line work to start into animation, right? Heck, if your entire goal is to just do animation, you can just do storyboards. There's an insane amount of storyboards that have really scratchy lines. As long as you're really good at everything else, scratchy lines are not going to be something that keeps you out of the industry. It might keep you out of the industry in the sense that Disney wants to hire someone who's going to do everything for them, and they want to pay very little. So, you know, keep that in mind, I guess. I've been drawing my wrist this whole time, and it's really bad for my arm. Highly recommend drawing from your shoulder, but if I draw from my shoulder, I'm going to actually draw really long straight lines. So I don't want to do that because the whole point is to not do that. Most lines are going to still be pretty much the same. Not super worried about any of that. This line is going to be pulling out a little bit more here. Now, the closer to the center the petals are, the less they're going to move, right? So if this line moved this much, this line is going to move much less than what I've moved it. So something like that. Some of these lines probably won't even move a lot at all. I'm not going to move any of these center lines, for example. forgot which button my eraser was on. Articulate it, bounce between these frames. Looks like it's opening up, right? We're already seeing a big change in the flower just by doing that slight little difference in volume, right? Remember, animation is incredibly dependent on volume control, right? So even if you have your lines that are slightly different, you want to make sure that the essence of the volume stays the same. And the only way you're going to tell is by going back and forth between the frames. Okay, cool. So now that we have this, we can rotate it. And we want to move this in line with this one. Actually, I want to make sure that I have my... So what is this? What is this frame called? I'm going to do something really quick here that's going to make things a little easy for me. We're going to edit the track. We're going to rename in timeline order. Now I don't have to guess which one comes next because I would like to remove these frames here from the timeline. I'm pretty sure that doesn't delete them from there. Maybe it doesn't. Hit delete. I should still have, this is 9, this is 1. So I should still have 10, 11, 12, and 13 in here somewhere. Yes, see 10, 11, 12, and 13 exist still, but now they're not in the way between me and my next. So I know that this is the frame that I'm going to. I'm closer to 5 than I am to 0, right? So I'm going to take this. I'm going to do my transform. We're going to go between where I'm at right now. Halfway point, right? There's my halfway point. And then I'm going to go halfway to the middle frame. Remember, that's what I was talking about? We're leaning towards halfway to this one. So that's my timing chart there. That's going to make sure that we are getting velocity in this direction. Oopsies. Cool. And then coming into the next frame, we're going to put frame 10 back where it was. All right. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to draw the flower one more time. Remember, it's animation. Don't get precious with it. All the frames are just frames. We're going to open this up a little bit more still. So we're going to try to do it the same amount as before. Increase the volume. The attachment point is going to come a little bit farther down, right? And it doesn't have to be, we don't have to be on track to landing at this rose yet. We don't have to be on track to landing on this yet, right? We can manage that at the end here in these last few frames that we're going to have. All we're trying to do is we're trying to show motion because we can do some animation fuckery at the very end to make sure all the stuff kind of matches. So we're not worried about that. We're not worried about any of that junk. We are just trying to get to what we're doing. Take it one step at a time, do something, and fix any problems that come up. How do we fix problems? We Google. We look at how other people do it. We get reference. Art is much harder than computer science to correct for, but the process is still the same. Having people that you trust that are close to you and asking them questions like, hey, I was trying to make this look realistic. I can't really see right now what is super different between them. Can you give me one thing that is different, right? The problem is that people automatically want to jump in and be like, oh, that's awful. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. I wasn't asking you. And and it just comes down to people don't understand when to do these things, right? I was actually just doing my opera class last night. No, Monday. And I saw my instructor there with another one of her students, and they were having a conversation with them about the most important thing in life is to have a pair of good ears that will tell you how it really is, right? And that is not in contradiction with waiting to ask someone, right? As someone, a pair of good ears that will tell you how it is that you trust, right? Because people in life will tell you what you want to hear, right? They'll tell you what you want to know, right? There's nothing wrong with the way I do things where I say, hey, this is what I liked about this piece. And then follow it up with, what would you like to change? What would you like to improve on? Right? Because it's not that I'm not telling them how it is. I'm telling them what I liked. And I can like something about anything. In a similar vein of effects, you have someone that you trust that's going to tell you what you want to hear, right? But tell you what's really happening, right? Ask them, you need to be responsible for your own learning. You need to come up with questions about what do I need to change. You can't just say, hey, do the work for me. What do I need to change here? You need to go up and ask, hey, I'm working on lighting. I had trouble with this spot right here. What do you think about this spot? Or do you have anything else about lighting that you think could be better? And they'll point you in a direction. Even if they're not an artist, they can be like, yeah, this is weird. And then they give you a specific point to look up. You can go find the shoulder. What's it called? We were looking at Caravaggio. Go find Caravaggio's shoulder to draw. You know? Goodness gracious. In the world we must defend. Cheated a little bit there. Whew. Remember, these inside ones are going to move very little compared to the big ones. They're going to be basically not moving. And it's going to be scary because they're going to be basically not moving. Nothing is harder in animation than making something move slow and believable, right? And not like a slow down shot, because you can take a shot and just like slow it down. But you have to draw, if you're drawing something that's like for every second there's 120 frames, that means you have to draw 120 frames in that second. And it looks so slow. And that is to make something that is normally coming from one section to the other. It's going to look incredibly smooth. It might not necessarily be slow, depending on what you put there, right? But if you take 1 second, 24 frames, something that would happen normally in 1 second, and then keeping the same amount of frames and then making it 3 seconds long, now all of a sudden you have to do the same amount of frames or the same motion across 3 seconds. So you're giving it, what is it? 72 frames, right? So that's where slow motion comes from. It's giving something that normally takes 1 second more frames than it needs. This is the part in the video where it's gonna get really boring because all I'm doing is drawing without talking or yapping about anything. I can talk about my fried food. So I did mushrooms last night, right? I bought a whole bunch of stuff, and then the only thing that I didn't do was buy the cornstarch. So it's supposed to make it easier to filter out stuff. So my oil is dirty and messy once again. Those fried mushrooms were hella fucking good though. I highly recommend. You are a fan of mushrooms and you have any like good frying? I recommend that. Good shit. All right, I have some lines here that I don't know what I'm doing with. Ah, okay, there's quite literally a petal there that I'm not drawing. How long have I not been drawing that petal for? Since here? Hey, how's it going, Black Tea? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Arriving at the boring part. Mushrooms, never mind, this part is very exciting. I'll make fried mushrooms next week, I'm telling you. I believe you. They were so fucking good. Like, so far, the things that no one has taught me about frying is like, hey, by the way, dangerous part. If the oil gets above the smoke point, you fucked up the oil. You've ruined it. It's not going to be able to get back down to temperature at a good rate. And when you're frying things, it's going to be hard to get it consistent and all that stuff. Here's what you want to do. Take it slow. And then from the bottom, a thermometer helps for sure. For me, at medium heat, and my stove cooks very fast. At medium heat, I think it's a 16-ounce jar. It's one of those ball quart jars, right? A medium heat on my stove, it took about 10 minutes to get more or less close to the temperature, right? After 10 minutes, I'd say every 5 minutes, you put in some bread to see if it does the float thing that you're looking for, right? If you do not have a thermometer, if you have a thermometer, just fucking measure every 5 minutes. Holy shit. That's what I've been learning about fried food so far. So Black Tea, for some context, I don't know if Kit's still alive. No, I don't really recommend the tactic. I recommend the having a thermometer tactic. But if you have no other alternative, take it from the back. First, get everything breaded and like dredged or whatever you're doing. If you're doing like a batter fry, right? Have it like sitting in the batter that you're gonna take out and put it into the oil, right? Have everything mixed and prepped and ready, and then heat the oil last. Void got there faster. Oh no. But yeah, for context on this, by the way, somebody came into the chat and was like, I wish I could draw. And I was like, you can draw. And then they were really obstinate about it because they're like, no, I don't have, I can't draw straight lines or whatever. And I'm like, I've been doing it for 6 years. And I was like, okay, well, what have you been doing to improve in all that time, right? Have you been doing different practices? What have you been learning? Stuff like that. Having everything prepped is very critical, I think. Let's try these leaves before I forget. And they were like, no, I want to do animations, but I can't draw straight lines. My lines are all scratchy. And so what I'm doing is I'm drawing an animation that I'm going to try and make very pretty and beautiful. I'm going to use chicken scratch. I'm going to use minimal planning. And yes, I am going to bump the lamp. Because I'm a masochist, I guess. Because I'm trying to prove to people that the texture or the line weight is not what's important, right? People can do art and people do make art with any style. If no animation studio will hire you because you don't have line weight, make your own animations. We are at that point in time. I'm not saying that, oh, you'll never have to go work a medium job. Like, no, absolutely not. You're gonna have to do something that's going to cover your life, right? I'm gonna go work at a bakery if I can here in August, right? I'm gonna see if I can get a job to cover up some expenses. Already half given up that everyone can art. Yeah, it's incredibly hard. They left. I didn't manage to convince them. They just dropped a whole like, my instructor said I was good at perspective and all that stuff, and I was like, yeah, no, I mean that's fine. Instructors are not the end all be all of what it is, and you can always improve. And like, I sucked shit after 6 years of doing art. It's only in the last 2 years after doing art for 10 years that I've really felt like I know what I'm doing and I can finish something. There are different ways to approach it. Exactly. I'm not gonna blame them because I'm not about to blame someone who's suffering through that kind of pain, but you know. It's one of those things where it's very hard to estimate someone's situation. So we're opening the petals. The petals that are going to be farthest away from us are going to open by going down, away from the line. The petals that are closest to us are also going to be moving outwards from the center of the line. But those are the ones that are closest to us, right? The ones on the other side are going to not move away from the center. They're actually going to move closer to the center because they're going to look like they're flattening. Maybe it was also hard hearing it from you, where it seems like you're already at a very promising art career. I haven't made any money off of art. I've made $0 off of art, except for the pity commissions that my friends have given me for like $50 over the years. And it's just been like one friend, and every 2 or 3 years he'll commission me to do something. I didn't eat anything because my mom was here until midnight, and so we were straight up. She just like, you're not doing anything, and I was like, well, I guess it's too late to make pork chops and eat them because it was like getting to be 11 p.m. So I just made the mushrooms and ate them. Why it says it seems. Man, I wish I could make money off of art. It'd be so cool. Who knows? Maybe I'll make another hit animation or something, and then it'll pop off like Moika loops or whatever. But yes, this is kind of like a combination of Kit asking me, how do I do roses? And this person telling me that they want to do animation, but they didn't have the line weight to do it. And I'm just like, you can do both of these things, and you can bump the lamp while you do it. Not forgetting anything. Looks like everything's more or less in place. I'm gonna point it here. A little bit closer, I think. I want to line up the stem with, for the most part, I think I want to line up the stem with it. Yeah, okay, cool. It's a big bit of a jump. Okay, I'm going to add the next one, which is my 11 frame. Been kind of getting into this habit of drawing the stem first. Let's do that. As scratchy as I can, we're just going to fill in the form from the previous. Stem's not the important part of this. The flower is. So I'm not too worried about making it look nice or focusing any effort or anything. We're doing just short lines, scratchy lines where we can. Some lines are obviously you can't really do scratch, right? Can't believe all of these are missing the fucking vein line. Everything will get past you. Definitely want to all I'm worried about here is maintaining volume. I'm using these chicken scratches, but I still want to keep the volume. It looks like it's the same object coming through, right? Looks like the stem is getting a bit small, comparatively speaking. That's a bit big. That's fine. Okay, let's get to opening it. Again, this flower is going to be moving downwards. The pace of its movement downwards is going to accelerate as it opens. Although I don't know if I wanted to accelerate that much, actually. We're just going to move it a little bit again. I watched Superman Doomsday, which was really fucking funny because it basically just opens up with Lex Luthor giving a rant about how gay he is for Superman. Like, one of the lines is so perfect, so beautiful, and I'm like, okay, this is a little awkward. See, none of this is going to happen because this one is going to be in front. Ooh, my wrist. That's why you should draw from your shoulder. What's going on? Lex Luthor is gay as hell for Superman. And this isn't super important because this pedal is going to come down. Yeah. See, now you know what it means to want. Da, 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 da. To move the primary plots. Yeah. Carol, my wife. Da, 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 da. I want you to choke me. I want you to choke me while I jerk off. I want you to choke me while I jerk off. It's such a fucking weird musical. My god, dude. Such a weird goddamn musical. Star Kids is an insane production team. Something weird is happening. And it's just, I think it's pretty much just that I didn't do this properly from the beginning. I'm just gonna like go with it because it's like an in-between frame, so I'm not super worried. It's not like it's being held or anything. That one's the guy who didn't like musicals, right? And so after going to get coffee, he comes back to his office and his boss calls him into his office and then like starts singing a musical number about how he needs you to have a desire. What's his name? I can't remember what his name is. Todd, maybe? Todd, now you know what it means to want. And it's just like, it's an entire, like, it's an I Want song from a musical, but like someone is singing it to the main character about how it's important to have a primary goal and focus so that the audience can relate to you. It's pretty crazy. The other one, I don't know if I can play it on YouTube or Twitch because they're fantastic. But the other one, what's it called? It's Dirty Girl Soup, and it's from Nerdy Prudes Must Die. And it's like it has such a fucked up introduction because it's like, chat, what is that? Is that a crucifix? He's like, yeah, my secret is that I love Jesus. Because the girl, that she's having this like daydream about this jock character who's kind of a prick, right? And so she's like fantasizing about the fact that he loves Jesus also. And so then the next part is like, yeah, I love Jesus. But you know what I love more than Jesus? It's like, what? I love to fuck. And then they start like doing this whole musical number while she's in the bathtub. It's weird. He doesn't have a shirt for it. I'm sure everyone enjoyed that musical except for the uncomfortably straight men. Dirty, dirty girl, won't you pray for me while I push and pull on your line? Really fun. Really fun one. Highly recommend. Gotten the musical, but it sounds like I should. It's okay. Let's see if I get in trouble for this. Let's see if I get in trouble for this. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. We'll do like the first few seconds of it. Here's my history. Lamau. Is it in history? There you go. That was from the here it is. Here you go. So immediately great start, right?
Max, what's that around your neck? Is that a crucifix?
Your secret, and this one's mine. I love Jesus.
Me too!
But there's only one thing I love more.
What's that?
I love to fuck.
It needs a little of that dirty suit.
Slice me off a piece of
Bit of that sounds like you.
I swear you got me hypnotized.
Hypnotized.
You know, filthy like you know it's wrong. I know it's right. Chase, grace. I'll never ever tell you to behave.
I am expecting you to betray me.
Only and if you're over it, a one-way ticket power trip with no room for censorship, babe. I'ma love you all night.
And that's where I'm gonna end that, because I don't know if they'll come after me for like copyright or whatever, but it's here, it's available. There's a second half to this song that's really awesome, and I'm just, maybe I'll just skip ahead to it. Here it is.
I don't care about you.
Dirty girl, will you pray for me?
While I push and pull on yourself. Anyway, fantastic song. Highly recommend the musical. The other one's also really fun. Let's see if we do that one too. Here you go. As Paul. Tell me what you desire to see. Your greatest intent, Paul. What do you see for this company? Someone with strong ambition. And a fake vision. Precision of hearts. Want you to want. To want.
What's that one concrete goal that motivates all your actions? I don't think I have one of those. Well, then how's anyone supposed to
Empathize with you, Paul. I just can't be trusted. Something you pine for. You're someone who keeps you lusting. Of course, I'm not an ideas guy. Up in the sky. What you want? His face is so good in this shit. It's ridiculous. Myself. So long to tell somebody else. Tell my wife something. My wife, you to choke me out. Choke me. Well, I want you to choke me. I jerk off.
Get my wife on the phone with me. leave. No, Paul, I want you to hear this. If you leave, you're fired. Yes, everything's fine. I promise. Just wanted to tell you something.
His face is so plastic.
I forgot what it was.
It's so sad.
Maybe someday I'll remember. Goodbye.
Paul, now you know what it means to want. So both of these are great. I'm gonna put both of these in the Discord right now so that everyone can listen to them. And if you get the time, they're on, the entire musical is on YouTube. So I recommend just looking up Star Kids, Guy Who Doesn't Like Musicals, Nerdy Prudes Must Die. They're both fantastic. And I hope I don't get like sections of my stream muted because I was playing them. I was trying to sing over them here and there, but it's whatever. It's whatever. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so let's put the music back on that I won't get sued for. Let's get back to doing some animations. There's stuff in the server that I was not paying attention to. Yo! Ninja Sex Party lyrics? I think it's a very similar origin point as far as like culturally, right? Wait, what? Contour hatching. Oh. I don't know if I would say this is contour hatching. That's fine. Is the archer? Stream notifications. Oh look, it's my stream. It is going live. Published a video on YouTube. Oh, strong addition. Okay, cool. What am I doing? Should be doing something. I'm looking at Discord. I'm getting distracted. I'm opening up the memes folder. This is not the memes folder. I am getting back to drawing what I'm supposed to by closing Discord. Here we go. Nice. I really like Star Kids. They also have an Oregon Trail, which is very funny. The YouTube version has, because the musical, when it was performed live, had like a choose your own adventure sort of a thing, where you get to choose which member of the family dies of dysentery, right? And so they have like, you can click in the section who you vote for, and it takes you to that ending for the musical. Getting distracted while being distracted. I know. It's not fair. Other people don't have to, actually other people do have to deal with this. I think that's literally why like ADHD causes so many problems for people. No, that's too far away. Right, cool. I want to move this down and flatten it. But not as much as the other ones. Remember, the ones that are on the inside are going to open up a little bit slower than the ones on the outside. Also, Kit asked me a question about if I want to do animation, when should I start doing animation? The answer is the second you want to animate something, right? It's kind of the same way you learn an instrument, right? If you have an instrument, it's like, what do I do to learn it, right? Obviously, you do the scales. So if you want to do animation, you can do a lot of the same stuff. You can do your bigger drawing, for example, helps you get really good at animation because you're focusing on drawing things quickly, right? Did I jump too far? I got distracted immediately. Hold on. Finger drawing helps you redraw things quickly, right? So it's really good for that. The other thing... Okay, we are in... I did jump too much for this one. We'll fix it later. Yes, exactly. You'll never feel ready. Same thing if you want to learn music, right? Learn music that you care about, right? If you want to do rock and roll, grab an electric guitar, find your favorite riff, learn that, right? And then practice playing it to the backing tracks. If you want to learn animation, find something that moves you. Like I know Turtle does a whole bunch of animations that they'll link it up to some of their black metal music, I think, that they listen to. So that's also really cool. And they do sketchy lines like this also. And they have pretty good lip syncing for their stuff. So you just gotta start it, because not only are you never gonna feel ready, you can't get better if you don't like put it out there, you know? Maybe this is where it starts to get a little bit more peeled back. I'm starting to not do sketch. Try force of habit. There's a little bit of lag going on, and I'm not sure why. Okay, come on. It looks like it's just a problem with my... whatever. My quick access bar. I also understand, Kit. I want to do an animation more like an animatic for a song, but the I'm not ready for that mindset got me. It's also really hard to do anything longer than like a couple of seconds of animation, right? Like you really gotta fucking go for it. It's I would recommend, right? Do it, hate it, understand that it's probably going to take a little bit more time. Try to find a better structure, right? For me, can I show this on camera? 1 second. So I know, what's it called? I know that you remember this, black tea. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Alright, let's close stuff. But... Alright. Never mind, I cannot show this at all. Sort of? Okay, if I just turn this one off, maybe show it. yeah, here we go. I can turn this back on. So for me, it was like, okay, let's find what is our MVP, right? Minimal viable product, which is like, what can I draw that's very simple, easy to reproduce, and I can get into the motion of doing stuff, right? So I started doing these orbs, and these orbs really helped me get into the vibe of stuff. Yeah. So, do not save. I don't want to save that. But yeah, so it helps a lot to it's like simplify down. Like it might feel really good to like take it all in one step and do it. Like I'm doing right here is I'm doing a lot of frame to frame animation. But in reality, what I want to do is I want to take this one. Actually, cancel, because I want to do this. I was saying something, right? I'm doing a lot of frame to frame animation here, but normally that's not how I would even come close to doing this, right? Isn't here to clip your art advice? That's fair. I think I'm gonna have them, I'm gonna ask if they want to take all of the section that I was talking about drawing with sketches and turn it into like a 10-minute video where we cut out a lot of the boring stuff, right? I'm gonna see if I can give him like $10 per hour of media that he has to edit or something. I can't really afford more than that though. Okay, and then here we have our frame 13. No, this isn't my frame 13. What the hell? This is my frame 12. Cool. Bum 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 bada bum 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 bum. Kate, you better taking the fucking money and don't excuse free labor with dedication again. Exactly. Exactly. It might not be worth it though. I'm probably gonna get to the end of this and I'm like, I don't actually like it all that much. And we just don't do anything with it. Yeah, I definitely want people to come away from this video or this experience that I'm drawing and see it and they're like, yeah, we even if we don't have good line weights, right? We can improve, we can get better. We can do stuff in stages, right? If you don't have good line weight, the next step from here is going in with some vector lines and stuff and making some Bezier curves, right? Straight up, my guy, if you have trouble with lines, bam, right? What is it? Make it size 6. Oops. Bam. And you can get better at doing this kind of stuff, right? That's not the right button. You can edit that with other stuff, especially with, hey, how's it going, Antonio? Welcome, welcome. We are doing some very, very, very sketchy lines because someone was complaining that they couldn't be an animator because they don't have really good line weights. And I took that personally. So no, they're not here anymore though. So we're doing, there's like 1,000,001 ways to make lines. You'll see this a lot in the animation industry. The curve tool is a great one, right? So if I wanted to come in here with the curve tool, I just do the, whatever the line weight is, right? Maybe it looks like probably 4 is good, right? The real key to this is that you're using the tools at your disposal, right? And this is a very digital thing. Like, I don't think you'd be able to do this in traditional. I mean, you can. It's called a rope curve, I think. So you're like, so what you do is you have 2 posts, right? Oh my god, I can't draw like this. You have 2 posts, right? With some string wrapped around it. And then as the pencil draws, it changes the direction of the rope, right? And so you'd end up getting this this effect where you follow like the curve between these 2 spots, right? That's literally what a Bezier curve is. Is the tension of the rope changes and allows for the pencil to go wilder. Look at that personally and started animating this rose for the last 2. I took that personally and animated this rose. And then I bumped the lamp. Geez. Yes, functionally, that is exactly what I did. Someone was complaining that I had more hours than them, and so I bullied them by showing them that I had more hours than them. You don't talk about Stitch anymore. He's sadly no longer with us. Aw, you should draw him again then. Like lines, just use a pencil and something. Exactly, right? If you want straight lines. And if you don't want to worry about doing the muscle memory or you feel like you can't do it, there's nothing wrong with that. There's also like gesture lines transform into a full drawing when you give it that attention, right? If you want to transition a gesture that you made into a full piece, it's a process, right? You interpret the forms that you've indicated and then you keep going from there. Check transfer the amount of fluff in there. What's going on? Oh, did somebody post cats in the server? Oh my god. Holy shit. Big on the fluff. It is a very fluffy car. You want to see one of my cutest pictures I have of my cat was baby? Aww. Let me see. Let me see. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. She's got a little crown. Aww. Little baby. Wait, that's an emoji crown, isn't it? Those are emoji crowns. Or not emoji crowns, but you put a crown on top of them. No, that's the wrong direction to take that. If this is going to go all the way down, then this is going to also have some curves. Don't ask about the calendar because my friend did it for me and I don't know how to do it. Oh yeah, no, it's an animated flower. We're gonna end up here on this. No, not this. On this. So we're going from here to here. And I was like, let's do something more interesting than just hitting like the flower opens. Let's hit that bitch with a raindrop. Bitches love raindrops. Although I'm probably going to move the actual raindrops. I think it's going too slow. Yeah. That's going way too slow. Looks like she's done with everything at an early age. Between has less than 12 centimeters. You know how small she is. What? Hold on. What table? Oh my god. That's the like space between the floor? Oh Jesus Christ, listen. That's insanely small. What the hell? No shot. That's 12 centimeters. What? I guess that is. Well, that's so tiny. Sections. Yeah, I figure like a place where you can put like books or something. It's a coffee table, right? Bitches love rain. Bitches do love raindrops. It's true. I always be hitting them with that raindrop and they're like, let's fucking go. I might actually just get rid of this third drain drop. I don't think I need it. Okay. Let's mirror it to make sure nothing's going funky. Boy, that is going to be a hell of a fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're opening things up. It goes down to there, this goes down to here, all the way around. And this one's going to open up this way. She's a precious. The crown is real. Now she weighs over 5 kilograms. She's chunky. Bagheera weighs over 5 kilograms. I don't know how much my brother's cat weighs. I think she weighs 9 to 10 pounds. She's a little chunky, but she's real fluffy. So they let her get away with it. Oopsies. Sometimes flowers just look weird before they fully open, so I'm not going to be super on it about that. Okay, cool. Right. Okay. We can delete this one from here. Not the right thing that I wanted to do. Might hit delete there. So now we add Lua when she was younger. Backpack comparison? Wait, what? There's a backpack now? Space. Wait, I also have small big ear pics. Wait, I want to see the small big ear pics. Let's see. Aww. She's very chunky. Aww. She looks like she has a little mustache in the first one as a kitten. She's like a Three Musketeer. She's got the whole, the French mustache with the little goatee. God damn, she is chunky. What the hell? I also don't need this timing chart anymore. Doesn't he look like he has a mustache and a goatee? Some pictures. I'm bored, I just stay on my gown. Very much Sass Queen. Alright, what am I gonna do here? I'm gonna draw this flower. I'm losing the volume for this one. Okay, we're gonna try opening this a little bit more. So once petals get to a certain size, what happens is they start to curl down under themselves, right? And so what I'm trying to do is by representing this dome shape, right, with these curves. So now these lines are getting, they've gone from being curves to being like much flatter. And this is still opening, so I don't, from here on out, it's going to open in this direction, I think. Yeah. There's some things I should play around with, but we'll work on it when we get there. I'm not too worried about that right now. Maybe we'll have it grow up into this space. Definitely don't want to lose the volume though. Ooh. Okay, cool. And then I don't need this anymore other than to line it up with the other one. Now I can remove this one from the thing, and we can really look at how we want to do maybe some holds or something. Did you notice that the chat is broken in? Yeah, we've noticed for a while. Caster Labs just isn't connecting. It doesn't want to do anything. Authorize. Sure. It just disconnected for some reason and said there was a power outage or whatever. I'd been waiting for it to pop up. It just did. So, well, not it just did, but I just checked again and it's there. We'll see if it does it. Okay, so is it connected to both of them now? It has YouTube up. It says that it has both of them up now. So maybe the next box will do it. We'll see. It says it's connected to both of them successfully, so it should be good now. Yep, there it goes. Nice. Chat is working again. Not that it was exactly filled with stellar. Anyway, now we can check for timings. We might introduce a little bit of wobble. We'll see. But for the moment, we have a lot of really cool I do kind of want to make it wobble a little bit for a while. So all that's going to entail is me drawing it, and then the next one is going to be just slightly more whatever. We do have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames left for the animation. I don't know if I'll do that. I might just try to get, in the next 4-ish frames, I'm going to try to get it to match this final frame, right? And then this whole, like the 6 frames in between are pretty much just going to be rest frames where we're going to be cycling between the different line arts, right? So I don't know if I'll redraw all of the last 6 frames, but we'll see. Okay, so we have 4 frames that I want to work with though. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And the 4th frame is actually going to be, well, no, I guess we can make this the 5th frame, sort of a deal. So, we have 4 frames to get from here to here. That's actually a ton of frames. And I might end up changing this last one to look more like this one. Trying to see where these are gonna go. I do have this frame that I lose, so maybe I'll just add this back in here. What I'm trying to create is I'm trying to create volumes that I can then come in and manipulate, right? What I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, look, there's this volume, but in the last one, this one right here, I don't really have a good analogy for it in the current flower. So what I'm trying to do is coming back to a place where I could like believably say that there was a volume. And we're just gonna try to expand that a little bit. Adding some T-lines, sort of a deal. And then now I have this like mass that I can start to pull out into a different form. Anywhere else do I want to do this? Because I can turn this petal into this petal, and I can just kind of peel off one of these petals into this form, and I can turn this into this form, and then I can peel off another thing from the center to be that. This I can shrink a little bit to like it twists or something, or like bends upwards as this rotates, right? The only thing is that this has gotten very sharp. Well, I guess it was always fairly sharp. So I guess what I'm going to look for more is just how can I turn it from this kind of sharp to this kind of sharp. I'm going to try to do like adding a little bit more mass there and then taking away some mass. Make this a broader sharp. Then we can come into this one, and I still have my other one. I can do the same thing. It doesn't have to be exact, it just has to be believably the same. And it's a bit long, actually. You can tell that the volume has gotten very big from all this. Which is ironic, because this one starts out as longer than this one. And it's taken it and it's turned it into a point. When did that happen? Around here? Okay, I think we protected the volume a little bit better. This one probably could still change. Now that's a massive jump. Cool. All right. So, like I said, with these next 4 frames that I'm going to do, I'm going to be thinking about how can I turn this shape into this shape without trying to make it too obvious, right? I also want to add just a teensy little bit of wobble, right? I want this to keep like shaking just slightly as I'm doing this, because it's going to give it more of like, because when a plane gets hit by a raindrop, it'll like boing, 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 and then like after a second it'll do it, and then it'll get hit by another raindrop and go boing, 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 boing. But this is taking up my entire stream time again. So again, I'm pulling things in this direction. I'm still trying to stay closer to the previous frame than I am to the next frame, right? Because I'm trying to make sure that this change is happening in a slow, gradual, believable way. So we're kind of having the flower rotate as it bounces up and down, sort of a deal. At least that's the way I'm going to see it. I'm going to choose to see it. And again, we're going to pull this shape off this way, because we want this ultimately to end up over there. We're going to pull this off in this direction. We want this to ultimately end up over here. This is going to slowly disappear as the flower opens, so I'm not too worried about this line. It'll go away eventually. At the moment, that is not my concern. My concern is maybe this right here getting pulled off so that it becomes more of this petal up here. Similarly, I want this shape here to come towards this. And it's a pretty big jump. So we're gonna do some shenanigans, I guess. I'm gonna try to keep as best as we can some of the forms that we were talking about. Also going to pull this shape. I want this to come up to this, just as much as I want this one to come to here. So we're going to do that. We're going to pull these in these directions. If we're twisting, that means that this is possibly going this way. So we're going to start to pull in this direction. Remember, animation is all about setup and payoff, but even more than that, it's action pre-action, right? So by having this like gradual change happen while we're shaking the flower, it also kind of like buffers it a little bit, right? It's more believable when it goes a little bit slower. Tends to always be the case. And as everything is moving in the same direction, it's more believable that way too. And this center doesn't really matter too much, I don't think. Anything that kind of gets fallen to the wayside, we'll pull out later. We'll come up with plans for things as it comes up, and we'll correct as we go. Primarily going to be going from this, testing how it looks from this flower to this flower, because this flower is a bit rough at the moment. It's a pretty big shift. So again, it's shaking down. So this is probably going to, because we're back at medium here, we're going to go down just a little bit. And then we'll probably come back up and then go over and then slightly shift in each direction, not as much as we did before. So I'm thinking slight shift, and then back to the middle, and then slight shift the other direction, and then we land in the middle. That way there is some like kind of a holding frame, more or less. And I know I was saying I'm not going to really look at this one. I changed my mind because what I'm seeing is that I'm seeing a lot of forms that I can start to pull off, right? And when I flash back and forth, I can start to see some of those forms appearing. So maybe this comes up like here a little bit more. Because as this one starts to peel back and become this one, we can have this one peel open, and so this was going to have a little bit more lines coming in through here. The biggest pain in the ass is going to be the stem. Is this final space? It is. Nice. Good to guessu. Okay. This should probably be a little bit more like this. We're just getting this kind of shape that we're coming backwards with it, so I'm happy with that. Cool. Last thing we're going to do is we're going to bump it just a little bit. That's the wrong bump. Just slightly this way. Ouch, my foot. Our goal is to move ever closer to this shape of ours. I'm going to start with this section because I have been around 3, so we have another frame in between. I might go like a halfway point in between. Sort of deal. Same thing with this one. Because we have 2 more frames after this, so we can have an ease in. And at the same time, we're like oscillating as we're doing this, so there's going to be a natural amount of variance, which is going to be fine, I think. I think that'll is understandable. I think it'll play out well. This one's gonna go out this way. This one's gonna be here-ish. Working to the halfway point isn't going to work for all of these because they're moving at different speeds. Bum, 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 bada, bum, 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 bada, bum, bum, bum. I think I'm pulling this one off. Yes. This one is coming up in this direction. This one definitely needs to move a lot. I want to pull this off rather quickly. So I want something else to come in and take its place. I only have 3 frames afterwards. I don't have a ton of space for that. Okay, this one's going to... This one might be easier to see which one's going to which one. This one's going to over here. Good halfway point, it's pretty easy to see. Might be a good time to pull it off. Touch hands. Ow. Ooh. Ugh. Wow. Yeah. Haven't flexed my wrists in a bit. Big stretch. Ugh. Drink some water. Oh, this wasn't the one that goes there. I'm big dumb. This is the one that goes back here. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit just so I can see more clearly where things are gonna go without getting all these scratch marks in the way. Cool. Alright, let's add a little bit of wobble. Oops. This actually goes behind this one. This entire section's pretty scuffed. Alright, this one needs to be moved just so slightly. I think at some point I changed the size of my brush. I don't remember when. Maybe my pressure sensitivity got higher. So I feel like these are different lines in this one. But I'm not sure. Alright. Moving blue lines closer to green lines. And I know this one's getting smaller as it turns. I think that's just unfortunately going to be a compromise that I have to make. It's just gonna have to be a compromise that I have to make. Right, I forgot the whole bottom half of this. I'm getting some backtrack going on here. So, and a good example of backtrack is if you follow this line here into the next frame, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Same thing. This one, it was supposed to be this petal, I guess. Well, this petal is supposed to be something else. Yeah, so this petal has become something different in this frame. I want to keep track of that, and that goes to here. Secret is always to simplify. If things stop making sense, simplify. There is a petal here that is missing. Still missing. This petal needs to come from here-ish. There we go. I need to find this petal. So right now it is nowhere to be found. Cool. All right, now let's bump it. All right, this one's going to be a pretty big change. Let's see if... No, it's pretty good. Okay, cool. We've been rotating this perfectly fine up until this point. So I want to make it look like it's rotating for sure. I want to get to this point. Okay, cool. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna mind drawing the rest of the 6 frames out. I'll probably be able to finish this pretty soon. We're on the last frame of the stretch. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Because this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames. Yeah, this is the last frame that we're going to be worrying about oscillating. And the last one is just going to kind of like alter between those things. This is also the last frame that we're going to be worrying about not being exactly as on the green. So this is our last in-between frame. Mm-hmm. Because this one's going to keep coming back down to the midpoint, if I remember correctly. Down, 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 up, and then back down to the middle. Cool, 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 cool. So we're going to copy the blue where we can. And then we're going to estimate the changes done to the other ones. Sometimes in-betweens can be really easy because you don't have to worry too much about where the line goes. It just goes in between both of the blue and the green. No, that's the wrong way around, isn't it? This one needs to go in front. I lost the pedal. Oh, I see where it is now. We lost a pedal again? There we go. Alright, in the home stretch. Oh wait, this one needs to be rotated first, but I need to have where I'm going. Okay, cool. And now we just follow the onion skin to victory. Which one goes in front or behind? This one goes behind. Never look a tulip in the eyes. Very cool. We are almost done. I could do like a color layer, but I don't know if I will. Get some messages. Let's see if any of them are relevant to me. The hell is this? That's cool. Apparently Shaq is posting stuff of him doing DJ stuff. Who's Ed in Cowboy Bebop? Is Ed, was that just the main character? The protagonist? I forget. I think it sounds about right, but I don't know. I also forgot. All right, let's Google it. Let's see what it is. Oh, okay. My friend was telling me that Roxanne looks like Ed. So they're the super genius. Is this... No, it's working. No, it's not working. I'm sorry, wait, what? Why is this doing the thing? Okay, obviously the save button's working. Maho, I know, but I'm almost done. Come on, now the undo button's not working? What the hell? I forgot to do this line here. You know, it'd be really cool. I'm not. No. I'm finishing this. It's already 5:46, and I'm done. I'm done. I'm finishing. Absolutely not. We will not be doing the thing that I was thinking. No way on God's green earth am I doing that shit. So I was like, you know what would be awesome? Is if when I do the color for this, if I do the color underneath, right? I just add a layer on top of the red and it hue shifts from being blue to red. Man, come on. I really like this tool, but it's so fucking ass at actually working. I have no idea to check to see if it has any battery life or anything. It would go crazy if they saw it. They would go crazy if they saw it. It says it's almost fully charged. Please, I want the buttons to work. Man, I don't want to use my keyboard. We're gonna change the onion layer settings. What's it called? We are not going to show any more previous frames. We're just going to show the next frames. So at this point, I could probably just copy and paste the last 2 frames and just kind of put it in here. It's going to get us the same effect as me redrawing every single frame, but it's just 2 more frames. It's just 3 more frames. So I'm just going to make it easier by drawing the green. And just naturally by the fact that my strokes are going to have variance in between them, we're going to get some differentiations. Hopefully the same volumes though. We should turn time lapse on this, huh? Since I pretty much knew I was going to finish it in one setting. I'll call it for today. My eyes hurt from looking at screens too much. I'm sorry, it ended up being a little bit boring. The end here. I'm just sitting here drawing a thing. Kit recommended that I start my streams on time from now on, so I'll probably try to do that. I'll keep going until I finish, just so that there's some video. Good work on the rose though. Can't wait to see Kit reacting to it. Yeah, I'm gonna do the hue shift, so wah. Don't worry, I was working on something while streaming was open. It kept me from getting distracted. Yeah, no, that's good. That's the best way to do it. Honestly, if you're not chatting because you're working on something, I'm happy to be here. At least I'm happy to play Rush's music in the background, I guess. Ooh, one more frame. That was an accidental one. Bum. My baby boy, I know. We're just about finished here. We're just about finished here. I know. Listen, we're just about done here. Oh. Ooh boy. Alright, let's take a look at it. There is a bit of a snap that's happening, and I don't like it. Oh, fuck, for fuck's sake. Well, now that I look at it again, it's not too bad. It's this one. I know it. I knew it was gonna be this one. Let me see. Okay, that should fix it, hopefully. Alright, cool. Yeah. I don't know if I actually want to do 24 frames of this again. I'll be honest. It's 24 whole ass frames, huh? And then layer color correction. Correction layer, hue. And then we can just edit that every time. Let's rename this, by the way. The color we're gonna use, we're just gonna use like a simple red. I think is fine. That's too, well, that's... Actually, let's use a texture brush for this. I want to use a texture brush. I don't want to use a texture brush with no opacity. It's actually really easy. Never mind. I don't think I'm gonna mind this until I come back and I realize, wow, I had to do all that shit. That sucks. I don't like that. this button. Oh boy, there's got to be a better way to do this, but I decided to do sketchy instead of blind, so there is not really a better way to do this. Flap. At a certain point, learning how to do better, like, line confidence is less about, like, because you have good lines, it's nice for the whatever. Mostly it's just, it'll save you a lot of time. I think this texture brush has a little bit of a hue shift on it. Which is cool. I'm not going to be mad about it. I think it's pretty neat. It's not going to affect what I do. I'm mostly just looking for this like kind of printed look afterwards. I shouldn't get too precious with this. I'm quite literally just trying to get things done. I think I definitely want like a bluish kind of gray toned background, and then it'll just pop me more once it hue shifts up to that red. I know, baby boy. Oh no, he's mad. He's mad. He's up again. He's looking at me. He's like, you, where is my food? Whew, we're almost there, buddies. 6 frames to go for the color, and then we gotta do the hue shift keyframes, and then maybe I'll drop in like a photo background that I'll Gaussian blur or something. I know. Oh, I know, buddy. I know. Maho, I promise you that I am aware of your situation and of your plight, and I sympathize with your plight. But I also need to finish this really quick, so just relax for like a little bit. I don't know if I need to do any more of these because they're going to be more or less the same. You know what? There's a different texture every time I put down the paintbrush, so I kind of want to capture that, so we'll do that. I know, baby boy. Baby boy. I know, buddy, I know. He's licking my butt now. I need to finish this and then I need to make myself some dinner, give Maha some food, take a shower. I think I'll take a shower first. If I don't eat dinner, that's probably fine. That's probably fine if I skip dinner. There we go. Okay, so we're actually going to start from the end here, because the end I know is going to be 0 hue, right? Well, I guess we're not going to start at the end. We're going to start kind of in the middle. Ha, come on. Man, if it didn't fucking not work half the time, I would love this shortcut key. Probably get a better one. But it is what it is. Okay, so we are going to start with where it gets hit, or just before it gets hit by the raindrop, I think. Yeah. Oh, don't tell me. Here we go. I would just like to clip it to the layer below. Is there anywhere? No, okay. So negative 120? 120 is getting pretty cool. 127. 28. Right about here. 125. So I'm gonna say 125. Cool. So, we have, for the rest of these, we want to set it to the same thing. Can I just do this? Yes, I can. Cool. Yes, I would like to do everything because it's fucking worthless. Wait, what? I just want to get rid of the fucking layer. Can I just delete the layer? Ah. Okay, cool. So, when it gets hit by it, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18, cool. So when we look at this, 125 divided by 18. Pull up my calculator app. We'll probably round towards the end. Or towards the beginning. We'll take the remainders and we'll just kind of spread it out between the beginning and the end. Where is my calculator? I'm so blind. Divided by 18. 6.94. So it's 18 times 6. 108. So I have, what's it called? What is it? 17 between it, right? 17. If I divide 17 by 2, I have 9.5, no, it's 8.5, which means I have an 8 and a 9. So I'll do the bigger jump at the end and the smaller jump at the beginning. Oopsies. So that means that on the next frame, frame 7, we're going to start subtracting by 8 and then by 17 by every single additional one. So 125 minus 8 is going to be 117, I think. 17. Cool. Actually, we're gonna just grab this one. Alright, 117 minus 18 is going to be 99. Oh, it's 6, isn't it? Wait, no. Yeah, it is 6. It's almost 7. I'm doing way too much. I'm doing way too much. 125 minus 6. It'll be 119 instead of 117. And then from 119 is instead going to be my brain is not working. 113. Cool. $113 is going to turn into 105? 107. Seven is going to be 101. I know, baby boy. I'm sorry. All right, 95. Right, so it's 92, I think. No, 89, I think. Yeah. Instead of 89, we're gonna have 83. Okay, so now we have $77. $71. $60. I probably could have just used a keyframe for this, maybe. Sure. 65 or 67, I think. No, 65. Uh, 59. Uh, 53. Okay, so now we want to take this up a little bit more because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames left, and we have 50 hues to go. So, did I copy this one? 53. I did not. So 53 divided by 6 is like 6 times 5 is 30. So it's way more than that. How many frames left? 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like almost 80 something, 8 something. So we're gonna drop it like 8 every time. So that'd be 44, 45. And I think that brings us to a pretty nice rhythm. Minus 8 is going to be 37. Minus 8 is going to be 29. Minus 8 is going to be 21. Oh, now you know what it means to want. 21 minus 8 is going to be 13. And then the last one is just the red. Cool. Let's grab a picture of the garden. Garden on a cloudy day. Images. This one actually has some nice colors, so. And I do kind of want to do a hue shift, I think. It's still too bright. It is still too bright. I thought it was going to be nice and darker, but I was wrong. Still too bright, because this is how I'm going to pick my green color a little bit, right? And what's happening is this gray is just too dark for this section, the lines. So we're going to just do a little hue shift. We're going to bring the saturation down. Maybe bring the hue a little bit towards the cooler end of things. Luminosity is fine. I think we can drop the saturation a little bit more. Alright, cool. We're gonna merge this with layer below. And then we're gonna grab just like a nice green, right? Redo the whole process again. Now, what I want to do though is find out if I'm more of a desaturated green. Cool. This is in no way affected by that. Cool. Nice, 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 nice. Works for me. Ever flick a cigarette out a window while driving and then start smelling something burning a minute later? You turn around and it's your grandmother's finger blasting yourself. Oof. That is wild. Sorry you had to live through that? No, I know. I just think it's funnier that when people come in and say weird things, I'm just like, yeah, that's crazy that you had that story happen to you personally. Wouldn't happen to me though. I think I'm gonna go through. Well, I can just pick the white out. Sample brush and back to my color history. Got that green. Nice. Is this the wrong sample brush? It is the wrong sample brush. Ah. Here we go. It's not working again. Man, I just... Whatever, I can do the rest of this one-handed anyway. Whatever, I can do this one-handed. almost done. And I mean like completely done. Nope. Okay, cool. Fuck me, dude. I can't tell which one I'm on anymore because there's such a delay on this. Okay. Man. Holy shit. Oh my god, we are almost done. Well, I hope we're almost done. I gotta double check. Make sure everything is looking good. Is there anything I need to fix or do or something? Alright, we're done. Great. I think that looks fine. I think I need to adjust this. Okay, we're done. Pack it up, ladies and gentlemen. We are good to go. I guess I should probably save this file, right? Other... Animation. As we want both an animated GIF and a movie. Frame rate should be 12. Export range to 24, works for me. Let's take a look at how this looks. Hey buddy, you ready to eat some food? It's honestly good enough, right? So used to doing that. Moving. Cool. Alright, that being said, I'm done for today. I have been online for way too long. I appreciate anybody who stuck around to the end here. Or that happened to pop by and look. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.